Okay, the mic. Testing, how's that now? Does that sound okay? Okay, good. And Jane, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, I see Jane on here as a panelist. Jane, can you hear us okay?
Jessica, I just dialed in on my cell. If you could
Perfect.
open that up, thank you.
No, it's a little fast, but it is 3 after. Yeah, we can get some of that. Okay, great. Jane, I'll leave your phone as it is, and if you want to pair it, you can. Otherwise, I think we're ready, Will.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay. I call this meeting of the Scio Township Board of Trustees to order at 7:03. We are holding this meeting in person, but we are still operating under the Washtenaw County Emergency Order, and this extends the option for members of the Board of Trustees to participate and vote remotely. The board has also decided to extend this option to members of the public for purposes of viewing and to make public comments. When the clerk calls the roll, those members of the Board of Trustees who are present at Township Hall need only indicate that they are present. If you are participating remotely, please state so and indicate your location by the municipality. Clerk Flintoff, please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Here.
Palmer?
Here.
Flintoff? Here. Corto? Absent. Jerome?
Scio Township, Washtenaw County.
Noel?
Here, Scio Township, Washtenaw County.
Vogel?
Scio Township, Washtenaw County here.
We have quorum.
Great. The next is adoption of the agenda. I propose the following amendments to the agenda. First, to add new business H7, possible action Marshall Park Pavilions, and to remove proposed budget amendment fiscal year 2021-22 from F3 financial reports, and to instead add it as new business H8, discussion only, proposed budget amendment, fire station capital fund. The reason for these agenda changes are, one, the Parks Advisory Board sent a request to place the Marshall Park project on the board agenda. Unfortunately, I did not register the request, and so it needs to be added at this time. And the second change, the recently completed audit revealed 2 budget amendments that resulted in deficits. The proposed budget amendment offered by the clerk was not reviewed by the finance director. Before the board is presented with a budget adjustment of almost $800,000, we should discuss it and have time for the review by the only member of the township staff with the qualifications to do so. unless there are other modifications to the agenda, I move to adopt the agenda as modified.
I have another modification.
Oh, all right.
Sure. Well, first of all, on the planned amendments to the Marshall Park Pavilion under unfinished business, to keep to our protocol, if we could please just keep it labeled C1 after H6. And more importantly, the budget amendment was drafted in the beginning of August and unacted on by the board. It was drafted by Woodhill. It was reviewed by the fire chief. It is to establish the budget of the fire capital, and you're conflating issues, and it's important that we get the budget in place. So it's pretty straightforward, non-controversial, and yeah, again, an unnecessary removal, slowing down business of the township will.
It's not removed, it's moved. And
Another delay for the chief.
well, it's not a delay for the chief. Trustee Knoll, I see your hand raised.
Yes, I would like to remove something from the consent agenda, G5, Scio Master Deed Amendment and related materials.
All right, well, that,
And I believe we just handle that separately,
right,
right?
we handle that separately.
So that'll go into, where do you want that to go, Will?
I guess that would go to new business.
Okay.
So that would be G5. All right, so that change is, does not require voting.
Will?
Yes.
One other change is, again, the H2, H3, H4, and H5 are improperly labeled as unfinished business. The board has never heard these, and so I recommend to not create a bad precedent to have complete chaos over the proposed agenda, is to properly categorize them as new business. How we've handled things is if something hasn't been discussed by the board, we consider it new. And if it has, we consider it unfinished.
Well,
They've been on the agenda before,
No,
just removed. is
well, they
all.
were removed, but that means they weren't really on the any adopted agenda before.
Or maybe the wrong word was used.
Nope, they've never been on the agenda before.
Well, I don't agree with that change, so I guess we'll have to vote on that separately.
Do you want to call each amendment one by one?
I guess I would move my adoption of the agenda without the suggested change of items to new business. That would include the change of the consent item that was made by Trustee Knoll. So moving G5 down to a new business, and the two changes that I proposed earlier. I would make that motion. Is there support?
Support.
So moved by Hathaway, support by Palmer. Please call the roll.
Discussion?
Discussion.
I don't believe it's possible to remove a resolution from item, from financial reports, F3. A resolution is a proposed action. It's not an item. So I believe that we could get to that item and the board could choose to not take said action. But a resolution is not an item.
Well, that's an interesting theory. It's an item if we just decide to make it an item on the agenda. It's a board decision to do so.
Well, I raised this because in the past, the board has some members have gotten confused between amendments and motions versus items, and it created quite a bit of strife before, such as a budget amendment is an action. It's completely within order. I think you know that I have a proposed resolution as an alternative to H234, That, of course, is not an item, and provided it's in order, it's just as any other proposed motion or resolution would be.
I think we can move forward without people getting confused. We've simply moved an item that was buried underneath a report and surfaced it and made it an agenda item. That's what this proposal would do. It gives that item the attention that it actually merits.
Let's just go down the list and get our job done.
I think so. So
Please.
there's a motion that's been made, it's been supported. Please call the roll.
Okay, so to add C1 and to remove from 5.3, from F3, to split the item, and you want to turn it into 2 items, but restrict the possible action on the action part to discussion. Is that correct, Will?
Well, that's one way of describing it. It's pulling out of F3
Just kind of splitting it.
the resolution that was placed there under the report as an action item and moving it as a discussion item to new business.
Okay, so that'll become I3. Okay. Hathaway?
It wouldn't,
I thought it was going to be H7.
Well, I think you said new business discussion, correct, Will?
oh, right, you're right.
Okay. Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? No. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
That brings us to communications to the Board of Trustees.
The communication file is in there. The board has received all of these before. I want to acknowledge we've gotten a lot of communications just in the last couple of days on a topic that I would suggest we take up at our next meeting. We've gotten a lot of correspondence, I think 5 to 10 pieces of correspondence in the last day or so regarding, it seems like some anticipation of the 12/31 date in the OMA. Which requires that members of public bodies return to meetings in person. It is silent on members of the public, but we have a lot of members of our public, especially folks who have identified as having a disability, who are concerned about being required to come back here in person. Currently, our board policy 622 resolution states that the public may continue to participate ongoing remotely, but I think we should talk about that. So I just want to flag that that's a new issue and would suggest we discuss it at our next meeting.
Any other comments? In that case, public comment. This is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. Trustee Jerome will be our timekeeper and will alert people when they have 30 seconds left in their 3 minutes, and then when their time is up, we ask that people who are commenting respect others and terminate their remarks when they reach the 3-minute mark. Is there anyone present in the hall who would like to speak?
Yeah.
He's got a hand.
Can
Get
I
up.
just stand right here?
Sure, you
sure.
can just stand up, speak from there.
How you doing? My name is Jamie from Scio Church Road, 7925. I'm sure you guys are, well, I was wondering if you guys, since the last time I talked to you guys, if you guys checked out the operation at 7910 Scio Church Road, did you know, and if you knew about it beforehand. I thought when everybody shut down the guest house a while back, that should have shown that we do not want that type of operation in our neighborhood. When 7910 became available, the Fruicks bought it. Ed told me they brought it for their son, Edward. I walked over many times to congratulate him, but he was never there. Just another act of deception from the Fruicks. They bought that house for control because they knew that any normal neighbor would not put up with it when that house got sold. So now we have a bed and breakfast across the street from my house, with this other stuff. Plus, they put an address up on the telephone pole And they got poles up there so people can know where to go. But they already want, a lot of people don't want to get in this, and I don't blame them. But they went up the wrong driveways and got shitty with some of the neighbors. And so, and because these people are coming there, they think this is the Holiday Inn, and it's not. This is the neighborhood. This is not Jackson Road. And so they came to the wrong house. So now they're making it a little bit better. They're actually putting private cones in front of these people's houses and things like that. But who the hell wants that in their driveway? You know what I mean? And you know what? They're too damn lazy to pick this shit up off at the end of the week. You know, Sally and Jill, whoever got married, they leave the signs out. They leave all the stuff out. They didn't supposed to have all the signs up on the valley, and they leave. They've got one on the gate now. They got one up on the Scio. There's always deception and keep sneaking in more stuff. And that's why I'm here right now, because. And anyway, did you know about this type of operation? Is this supposed to be part of their business anyway? You know, having these places. Plus, they got another one down the street, and it just keeps building. And that's why it's going on like right now. That's why I'm here. You know, we've been really lenient, and I'm not going away. I'm going to keep on going. It sucks, man. I hate to bother you guys like this, but have a good night, man. Thanks a lot. Well, you guys check it out for me, please. You know what I mean? Is there supposed to be a bed and breakfast there across the street? Do you guys know about it?
This isn't a time for dialogue, Jamie, but you and I can talk some other time, okay?
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you. Thank you, miss.
Hey, got the bag.
Oh, thanks, man.
Should I go to Zoom participants?
Are there any more people present in the hall who would like to make a public comment at this time? If not, then yes, please go to the podium.
Pam Boyd, followed by Jillian Carey. Pam?
Good evening. Yeah, my question is, I didn't think B&Bs were legal in Scio Township. But Pam Boyd, Scio Community Newsletter, a Scio resident, as a public service announcement in an effort to encourage recycling of paper and plastic bags, Share House on Jackson Road told me today that they are in need of paper bags. They have an oversupply of plastic bags, but would appreciate your used paper clean grocery sacks. If you know of another group or association who is in need of used grocery sacks or plastic grocery bags, please let me know. This will now be an occurring feature in the Scio Community Newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next up is Jillian Carey. Jillian?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi Jillian.
Hi. Zoom looks different tonight, so I just want to make sure. Regarding temporary rentals or whatnot, Airbnbs, Bryce Kelly had said they were not legal in Scio Township. However, I've looked for ordinances and cannot find that. So that may be something to clarify for everyone, especially those that, you know, want to have them and those that don't. Okay, that was the first thing. I have a question for Treasurer Palmer. I know we're not supposed to be asking questions, it's not dialogue or whatnot, but since Treasurer Palmer has been the longest serving, the longest serving official, I think 1988, is it? So Donna, I'm sorry, I said it again, but.
That's fine.
Okay, well, so I'm sure that you have seen a lot of different things throughout the years. So I was wondering, I have a question regarding on January 14th, 2020, Jack Knowles had placed on the agenda an action to approve temporary adjustment to the supervisor's compensation. And there was discussion, this was, you know, of course, in the old board, Trustee Green and looks like Martin, actually, they were all talking about this. And then there was a vote. So 4 had voted, 1 or 2 had voted no, 4 had voted yes. And Supervisor Knowles had abstained. Why would he abstain?
I would think because of his feeling he personally should not have voted for that, his salary.
Okay.
That's my thought.
Okay, I just, there's very few things that, because in a previous board meeting, somebody tried to abstain from a vote and they weren't allowed to. So I was wondering what the difference was. So you've answered my question, I think. And plus you probably had experienced this in the past too with other boards going back in time.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Okay, and the other one is Clerk Flintoff. There's some rumors going around about you, and we need some clarification. So I'm going directly to the source. Are you using your position as a stepping stone to go to a higher government level? Also, there's another rumor saying that you are trying to take over the township and becoming somewhat of a dictator. So I'm a little confused because I don't know who's spreading these rumors, but
3 minutes.
So if you could just please clarify, I think it would help residents.
3 minutes.
Sure. No and no. Next up is Diane Benson. Diane?
Hi, good evening. Diane Benson, 45833 Greasewood Court. I just want to bring to attention to the board of trustees their staff handbook that was adopted on January 2021. I see on this evening's agenda the hire of Nancy Colasante, and I just wanted to remind you that all applicants for positions in the township are required to complete an employment application, and you should have your candidate complete that, as well as the new employee should be going through a background screening with Pfeiffer Investigations. Even though Nancy has worked in the township before, it's been many, many years. And I just want to make sure that there's no favoritism shown to somebody that you may know, while other prospective employees have to go through the screening and the background check. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. And I see no other interested public. Oh, sorry, that's all I had to say. Ann Streeter.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, hi, Ann.
Hi, this is Ann Streeter, 7869 Scio Church Road, Lodi Township, Washtenaw County. And I just want to support and ditto what Jamie Wingler had to say tonight regarding the Airbnb across the street. It is rented out during the weddings and the events, and there's cars going back and forth all the time, and the parties carry from one thing to the next. As well as I think that the Scio Township should still come up with a different monitoring process. The first process was that Carlisle Wortman, the ordinance officer, would take care of complaints, and he still takes care of complaints, but Monday through Friday, and through the business hours. So then it was decided to, instead of calling Carlisle Wortman on the weekends, and then move to the sheriff's office and call them. Well, then I tried to contact the sheriff's office as well as some of the other neighbors, and it was told to us that they were too busy to come out, or we'd have to call back later. So that does not work. If the sheriff is not available, they don't come out, and by the time they come out, everything's, gone and done with. So Scio Township needs to come up with some other monitoring of these party barns, as well as the Airbnb and the possibly third party barn that's going to be coming probably soon. So next summer. So that's all I have to say, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann. Next up is Roger Rail. Roger?
I wasn't going to comment, but I'll start off by saying up on my Zoom screen, it said the host asked me to unmute, even though I had raised my hand. So I don't know if that's a glitch in the system or if somebody really wanted me to unmute to say something. But
It's just a two-step process.
That's neither here nor there, but does that happen sometimes? I just didn't understand that. But I will comment on something I'm working on, which is the Gelman's latest plume maps that were delivered as part of their third quarter 2021 report. We got them, I think, November 1st. And so I've been digitizing those because we can't, of course, get the digitized version of it. All we get is the image version. And I retrace those and put them on Google Earth like I do every year. So the public can see where Gelman thinks the plumes are. And if you go to the srsw.org, that's where this will be once I finish the posting of it. But it's interesting that this is the first time that they've released where the plumes are at the current cleanup standard, 7.2 parts per billion. Now you remember the 7.2 was established as the new cleanup standard, tightened from 85 parts per billion under emergency orders in 2016 and 17, and then made official. But it's taken the company more than 4 years to deliver a map that shows where the plume are, where the dioxin is at 7.2. So that'll be up, and then of course we can compare that with the Eagle's own Rockworks modeling maps that's available on the Eagle site that shows where the dioxin is at 7.2 and also at 4 parts per billion, the action standard. So we're getting a better idea of where the officials, where the regulators, where the company thinks dioxin really is. And I just want to say I appreciate Scio's taking up our
30 seconds.
card recommendation to do sampling using the 522 method that can detect below 1 part per billion, and the new hits that have resulted from that are going to be informative and help make better decisions and head off the dioxin. So thank you.
Thank you, Roger. I see no other hands.
In that case, we'll move to reports. The first report is a presentation by Plant Moran on the audit for fiscal year end March 31, 2021.
Thank you. My name's Dave Hollisek, and with me this evening is Ashley Fraze, and we are here to present the audit for the Township of Scio for the fiscal year ended March 31st of 2021. The board should have in their possession this evening two documents prior to this evening, which would be the financial statement and the communication to those charged with governance. We'll touch on each of those a bit this evening. The primary part of our presentation will be the graph package that was delivered today, which we will show over Zoom so the rest of the board and that audience can follow along. So today's presentation will be, what we call the highlights maybe of the audit. Prior to this evening, as many of you know, Ashley and I did meet with township officials and staff to go over the results of the audit in a lot greater detail than we're going to go over this evening. But really gave the opportunity at that time to ensure that the information that was turned over for audit was indeed compiled in this statement, answered any questions at the time, and as a result, we were able to present the results this evening. As we go through the presentation, again, we're going to try to hit the highlights, but if there's any questions on anything that we're covering, feel free to ask as we're going along. And at the end of the presentation, if there's questions on things that we haven't covered, we'd be happy to answer at that time as well. While we compile the information in the financial statement, it's really the township information, with the exception of the audit opinion, which is our opinion on these financial statements. And we were able to give the set of financial statements an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that we can give a set of financial statements. What that means is these statements as presented fairly reflect the financial position of the township as of March 31st, 2021, the change in that financial position are the revenues, the expenditures, the cash flows, as well as the notes that support some of the figures in the document. Again, it's the highest level of assurance that we can give. It's one we were happy to give as a result of the audit. As part of that unmodified opinion, though, there was an emphasis of matter. So an emphasis of matter is trying to bring to attention a reader of the financial statement when there's a substantial change in the reporting or recording of some information compared to the prior year. So this year's emphasis of matter really relates to the required implementation of a new standard. We had talked about it for a couple of years. It related to GASB 84 and the implementation really of the way fiduciary type funds will be recorded in the document on a go-forward basis. So as we discussed at the meeting, while not a bunch of the accounting would have changed, where some of the information and how some of the information is reported within the document did. I think we had talked about that leading up to the audit. The township implemented it. We assisted in that implementation, and it was properly implemented and included in this year's financial statement. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ashley, who's going to walk through the graph package as I try to share my screen here. We'll see if I learned anything from our practice earlier.
Is everyone able to see the slides up on the screen? Oh, thank you.
I will have to cover your faces.
All right. So as Dave mentioned, feel free to ask questions as we go through the highlights of the financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2021. So this first slide presents the revenue of the township's general fund for fiscal year 2021 in the past 2 years for comparison purposes. So you can see in the lighter blue column there, state shared revenue continues to be the township's largest revenue source at $1.54 million for fiscal 21, or 38% of total revenues, consistent with prior years being the largest revenue source. Property taxes totaled $1.2 million for 2021 in the far right darker navy blue column, and that was a slight increase from 2020 as the township's second largest revenue source. Other revenue streams did remain relatively consistent for the general operating fund for 21. Similar to the previous slide, this next slide presents the expenditures by function for the township's operating general fund. The general governmental expenditures do continue to make up the largest expenditure category for the township in the navy blue column. There was a slight increase during 2021 that related to the election. Some legal and consulting fees were included as well. The public safety expenditures are presented in the gray bar of the chart. So that is largely the contract with the sheriff's office. You can see that there was a slight decrease for fiscal 2021. So as a result of some of the federal monies that the county received, the township did receive a reimbursement on the sheriff's contract for fiscal 2021, as a reimbursement there. And then new for fiscal 2021, you'll see the teal column for $802,000. So there was a transfer out of the general fund during fiscal 2021 into the fire station renovation fund to help fund the fire station renovation project.
I have a question on the term. Transfers, now that it was a loan that was made, is that?
No,
that
the 802 was a give. The 802 was a give. The 1.5 was a loan.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question here also, if I could.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'd like to understand a little more about this transfer to other funds. Is that, it looks like it's 800,000 in total. There was a board-approved transfer of 300,000 that I understand was made in the end of the last fiscal year from the general fund to Parks and Pathways. Would that be reflected in this 800?
I can speak to that. That was a transfer made effective April 1st for this year, Jane. So it's not reflected. The full 802 was one transfer that the board made to get the party started on the fire station.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Slide 3. So this presents the general fund's fund balance as each of the past 5 years as well as of March 31st, 2021. The orange column is the unassigned fund balance, and then the teal being the committed and assigned fund balance. So that unassigned fund balance at March 31st, 2021 was $6.7 million for the township. So a good measure of kind of the health of fund balance is comparing the ending balance to the annual expenditures of the township's general fund. Annual expenditures for 2021 were $3.6 million. So that available or unassigned fund balance is over 100% of that ending fund balance. But it is important that the township, be cognizant that this is as of March 31st. And given the property tax collection time period, there are 9 more months to get to the next December property tax collection period. So, there's about 9 more months of operations included in that ending fund balance given the March year-end timing.
Another question. Fund balance, now, that's not just cash, is it? These dollars here?
Right, no, so fund balance is essentially the residual, so you have your assets, which includes cash, net of your liabilities, and the remainder is your equity or fund balance at a point in time.
Okay, I just wanted you people to say it out.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So slide 4 here, this pie chart shows the property tax allocation for homestead property taxpayers within the township. This slide and then the next slide will be similar. This one presents the Ann Arbor School District total homestead property tax allocation and broken out into the different taxing authority or millage rates. You can see the orange pie piece that is broken out is the township's property tax, and that is only 7% of the total mills that are paid. So only 7% of the homestead property tax is retained by the township. The remainder is collected by the township. Your taxpayers come to Township Hall and pay those property taxes, but the township then turns around and distributes those collected amounts to other taxing authorities. And similarly on page 5 of the Dexter School District total homestead property taxes, the township's allocation is about 7% of the total as well, while the other amounts are paid at the township and then distributed out to the other taxing authorities. So the slide 6 presents the operations of the water fund. So total operating revenues are presented in the teal in comparison to annual operating expenses each year in the gold. You can see that operating expenses have exceeded operating revenues for the past 5 years. There are some capital connection fees in the orange that are highlighted there, which make up some of that operating difference. But just want to be, the board just making sure to be cognizant of that operating income and loss and monitoring that as part of the budget and rate setting process. Operating expenses do include the depreciation on capital assets each year, so there may be reasons for, to operate at an operating loss or income, when you're having those budget and rate setting discussions. But this is the water fund presented on this slide. And similarly, on slide 7, the sewer fund is presented. So operating expenses have continued to exceed operating revenues in the sewer fund. And again, given, the business type nature of those funds, monitoring that operating income or loss each year. That is all we had as it relates to the financials or slide presentation. Of course, happy to take any questions on the financials or what we covered before turning it over to Dave on the letter.
So the only thing I'd want to add that's not part of the graph presentation, but is in the financial statement itself, relates to legacy costs and liabilities that all local units have been measuring for a number of years now. So for those with financial statements, if you could turn to page 52 of your statement, well, give a little background why it's important. You may recall a number of years ago, the funding of these legacy costs, in this case pension and retirement benefits that have been promised, there was a concern about how well funded these may be. And through Public Act 202, it was not the information that was going to be measured. I'm sorry, this is in the large financial statement. So page 50, it's on my page 52. It's kind of a sideways
52.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it was just a reminder, it was under Public Act 202, it was showing up on Treasury's radar, and the township on an annual basis has an obligation to report its funding levels up to Treasury using a certain set of assumptions. So, this is something that we've been covering on a number of our engagements for a number of years, not only with Scio Township, but with all of our communities, just so they understand exactly not only where you've been, but kind of where you're going. So on page 52, the column furthest left, the measurement or the liability for 2021, the fourth figure from the bottom would indicate what the township's net pension liability. So this would be after the measurement of the liability, the assets that have already been put in the MERS system. What's still out there? It's $842,000, and the pension is currently funded at 83.1%. Now, the baseline that Treasury had indicated as sort of the unfunded status would be something less than 60%. So the township is well above that figure right now. But a couple things to note when looking at the 2021 measurement year, probably about the fifth line from the top, there was actually an increase in the liability due to a change in assumptions. So there was a change in the mortality tables for this year's, which created an increase in the liability of about $126,000. So, not based on experience, not based on really anything other than that change, created an extra, at least measured $126,000. The previous year, in the column right next to it, you'll see a change of assumption for $102,000, and that was a result of really reducing what the assumed discount rate was. So it moved down about 35 basis points the last time that an actuarial report was done. So over the last 2 years, just from those two items alone, you'll see that there's an increase over $200,000. Yet, your net position or your funding value has increased over that period of time some 5%. And the reason being is your investments in these plans are going to work for you. So if you take a look about midway through the page, you'll see under the plan fiduciary net position, net investment income. And this year's income was at $527,000, and that was based on a $3.5 million beginning balance. So that's in the neighborhood of 12 to 15% return this year, and that's on top of $414,000 the previous year. So I guess the last thing that we need to keep in mind is the measurement date. The MERS plan is based on a December 31st. Their plan year ends 12/31, so that's when this is measured at. So the market, if if it can hold on for another 60 plus days, is up again. You probably got some information, internally as far as what those returns are looking like this year, but they're probably rolling around these same numbers, which without an assumptions change will really kick up that funding percentage for your 12/31 of 21 measurement. Now, if we turn back two pages, we will take a look at the liability for the OPEB.
Hey,
the OPEB liability.
David,
Yes, sorry.
could you possibly pull these pages up so they're visible? I'm not seeing them on the deck. Is it easy enough to maybe?
I don't have the copy of the. I don't have.
Right, not to work.
Yeah,
maybe you can say the page number.
Yeah, it was 52 was the first one, and now we're at 54.
54. Okay.
Sorry. I can see.
I think these materials are in the meeting packet.
Yes.
So on page 54, the OPEB liability is at 1.2 million. So that's the amounts that have been earned, benefits, retiree health care that's been earned, hasn't been funded yet. So that number has been creeping up, and I think, part of it is, most of the increase this year is, again, the change in assumptions related to the mortality tables. But even short of that, that will continue to probably increase, on what's earned about $100,000 a year. The township has funded that on a pay-as-you-go basis, which is, allowed, and you meet the requirement, even though you're under the kind of the bar. It's not a significant portion of the township's annual budget, so you're not deemed to be not in compliance with 202. So before I go into the letter, are there any questions on the financial statements, on anything either we had covered this evening or anything perhaps that we hadn't covered?
Sure. Just a question. With any of the material weakness, emphasis of matter, any of the important issues that we should be paying attention to, do any of those appear in the financial statements?
So the emphasis of the emphasis of matter will not appear. Yeah, I'm sorry. The emphasis of matter will appear in the opinion, but that's really just bringing to attention the change in the accounting, which is not an issue. It's just bringing to attention the reader that the reporting has changed from one year to another. So that's not a weakness. That's not a deficiency. That's just letting the reader know that there's been a change in the reporting. As far as material weakness, significant deficiency, that would not appear in this document. It would appear in the letter that I would plan on covering next for the required communications to those charged with governance.
So what is the significance of the footnotes that were added late in the preparation of our audit that the supervisor mentioned earlier, if any significance? May not even remember them.
Okay. Yeah, if you could.
Yeah. Will?
There were some changes because of accounts that were in deficit. Is that what you're referring to?
I don't think you're stating it quite right, but that is the issue, yeah. You mentioned a couple of footnotes about budget amendments that had made certain funds go over budget, and it was raised in the 11th and a half hour as some footnotes that maybe should be added. It sounded like a good idea, discretionary. And it sounds like after you two leave tonight, we're going to be talking a lot more about them. So I'd just like to get a little clarity on what those are. Will, do you have a page number for those footnotes that you mentioned?
Well, I think there's, let's see, here.
Or Sandy, do you know where those are?
One
those
was
notes you two mentioned for moving the budget amendment and things like that?
Are these the ones that relate to the Land Preservation Commission, I believe, that fund? And I think there was also Parks and Pathways, but maybe it's referred to as Parks and Rec.
So I think on page 55.
Thank you.
Hey, can Glenn Moran stop sharing screen so we can bring people back on the screen?
I gotta look at the correct.
Oh, sure. Sorry, Jane. I didn't know that you couldn't see folks. Can you see folks now, Jane?
In 2 cents.
Yes, it was taken care of, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize that.
I actually had prior year statements, and when I switched, I looked at the previous. So what? Yeah. When we're looking at as far as budgets are concerned, so Treasury requires that when an activity is over budget, it gets reported in the statement. So that's just a report out that Treasury's asking us to report out on. So page 55 would indicate two items that were over budget. That's the Open Space Land Preservation Fund. The budget was set $200. The actual expenditures are at $641 with a negative variance of $441,000. And then the Parks and Rec Fund had a budget of $143,711. The actual was $184,226 with a negative variance of $40,515.
Okay, and what is the meaning of that? How much should we worry and talk about this?
Well, I mean, so Public Act 2 of 1968 would indicate why Treasury asked that is before a local unit of government should enter into an agreement for the purchase of a good or the provision of a service, the amount should be appropriated as part of the budget process. So that's what they're asking us to report out on, and we report that in this document. That is not a GAP or a GASB type disclosure. That is from the state.
Thank you.
Does that answer the question? Okay.
I don't know, it's her question.
Yes, thank you.
So with that, I'll move on to the required communication to those charged with governance. So as in the past, we've got this communication. It's really got three sections. The first section relates to internal controls. So while we perform a financial statement audit, we don't perform an internal control audit. But as part of our approach as it relates to the audit, we've got to understand the internal controls and identify any potential weaknesses that may impair the township's ability to report this information report its information within the financial statement. So when we do that, and we come across something that reaches a level of what we call a significant deficiency or material weakness, which means it could have a material impact or a significant impact on the financial reporting information, we then will report it in this communication to those charged with governance. We did have one on page 2 of this document, and it was a material weakness related to the OPEB census data testing, the OPEB census data. So the township turns over census information so that the actuary can calculate the OPEB liability. And during our testing, we did note that one individual was not included in the census data. So while one individual would not have created, the lack of one individual would not have created a material misstatement to the financial statement, this is more based around the control to ensure that the information that is turned over to the actuary is reviewed, it is complete, and that everyone in there actually exists and is allowed to be included in the plan. So that's really just setting up, hey, it's a reminder, someone should compile the information and then someone else should review it before it's submitted to the actuary. As it relates to section 2, the township board members may remember that prior to the beginning of the audit, after a discussion with the supervisor, we did provide a communication on what our approach was going to be, what the nature, scope, and timing of the audit would be. What we had identified some risk areas. Every audit has risks. It's more or less relative to the rest of the audit, and how we were going to address those areas. I then gave the opportunity for any of the board members to reach out to me directly if they had anything they would like to add to the approach. So that happened some time ago. This section 2 really is focusing on, I don't want to say necessarily what we found, but what we as a result of our audit, what we needed to make sure that we bring to the attention of the board as a result of of this audit. So if you're looking at page 3, there are some instances of non-compliance reported in this communication, and there's 3 bullet points. One's a reminder. I talked briefly about Public Act 202, and Public Act 202 of 2017 says that if you've hired employees after June 30th of 2018 that will be eligible for post-retirement health care benefits, there is a requirement to begin to fund those normal costs. And we had that discussion, and I think the township's thinking about it, but at this point, no money had been put aside in a trust to cover those costs. The next bullet item, Public Act 196 of 1977, requires investor reports being provided on a quarterly basis. Not all quarters did that happen, so that's just a reminder to provide the information to the board on a quarterly basis. And then finally, Public Act 206 of 1893, which is the General Property Tax Act, does require the disbursement of property taxes that are collected by the township to other governmental units within a time period as designated by the Property Tax Act. So there were some instances where it didn't come quite into that time frame, so that's just a reminder to take a look back at Public Act 206 at those time requirements. As far as significant audit findings going down, this is really more of a communication on what's really already there. There's the significant finding I discussed earlier. It's just a reminder in the second paragraph that the township did implement GASB 84 as it related to fiduciary activities. We didn't note any transaction that lacked authoritative guidance. There was no significant transactions that we felt should have been recorded that weren't, that had material balance. On page 4, difficulties encountered in performing the audit. So what we did disclose here is the township was not able to provide all the requested information, by the dates that we had planned on doing the field work, which was back in June. So I think, as most of you know, that information kind of trickled in, resulted at the end of an extension to the state of the filing of the audit. That extension was approved, was extended. The report was filed, and before that extended date, but that would have been out of the time period that would have originally been discussed at the beginning of the audit. As far as corrected and uncorrected misstatements, the only one that really needed to be disclosed here was an uncorrected misstatement as it relates to the full accrual funds and long-term capital assets versus an expense. This amount was, the township chose not to adjust that entry, deemed it was immaterial. We agreed with it. We just need to disclose. We agreed with the township's conclusion. We just need to disclose it here as well. And then finally, the last section is the legislative section. So this isn't under any sort of requirement at all. It's just information that we try to provide all of our clients. Mostly it's a legislative update. And I know you get a bunch of information from the Michigan Township Association and other organizations. But this is stuff that we try to make, that we feel that's hitting most of our clients, and they should be, aware of, and it kind of gets them all in one place. The one thing that I want to make sure that we're paying attention to this year is on page 7. It really relates to the rules governing management of federal programs. So with the ARPA monies that will be coming in, it's probably a good time to take a review at the cost principles and the administrative requirements as far as what controls and procedures need to be in place for compliance with the spending of those monies. Most notably taking a look at your procurement policy and ensuring it's consistent with the existing uniform guidance that's being provided by the Office of Management and Budget. So with that, I know some of the board members had an opportunity some time ago on any questions that they had, but we'd be happy to answer anything that we've either covered or haven't covered.
Sure, thank you so much. I just want to, so Ashley, Dave, you both are outstanding, really, and your whole team at Plant Moran is compassionate, professional, and steady, so thank you for all of that. I want to say in relationship, I just want the board to have a heads up that this and next week, Donna and I are working on a corrective action plan that is required by the state in response to, is it the APR, the Accounting Procedures Report?
Correct.
And the Accounting Procedures Report is going to reflect, it requires that we address all of what Dave just described, the material weakness, the violations of law noted on page 3. And so we have a corrective action plan. We've submitted them before for the OPEB liability and have 2 more years, I think, to get that in place. And then, Donna, do you want to speak to the investment reports and the local unit piece?
Those deficiencies or...
going forward, what your thinking is?
Going forward, there'll be no problem. If I get the information I need in the investment area, I've been asking for that for 2 years. I have to have it. So I think we'll have that problem resolved in the changes that are occurring within the tax or the treasurer's office. And the other issue I'll have to check out, I did not know we were running or had some checks that were late. And if they were late, they weren't late by very much. And again, the issue of, getting the information compiled and ready to go to accounts payable. We have a good plan, we just gotta find out why there were some burps.
Are there other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Vogel.
Yeah, I've got 3 questions. There are 3 areas that I'd like to understand more about. So this, as I've tried to track this, is 5 or 6 errors, anomalies identified in the audit. And I guess what I want to understand is, how does that compare? I'm trying to get a sense of, you can see David on the screen of 1 million people. David, I'm trying to get a sense of this year's audit. How does it compare to other years in Scio Township? As a trustee, okay, that's one question I would appreciate understanding. It's connected for me to the second question, which is, I have been a voice on this board from the very beginning, saying that since we took office in November of 2020, we have not had financial reporting at this board. And there's lots of systemic reasons for that. We still don't have the manager. Hopefully that's coming to an end. We had staffing issues within finance, all circumstantial. The reality is there has been no financial reporting. We need a good model of what that needs to look like. And I just wonder if there's a perspective you can offer on that. The third thing that I'd like to get a perspective on, you mentioned this influx of federal money, just kind of brushing up on all the requirements relative to that. Well, Scio is in a very fortunate position to also be receiving $1.5 million from the state for 2 different segments of the zebra pathway. And are there similar accounting standards the finance staff should be getting up to speed on relative to the management of those incoming funds? So those are my 3 questions. How does this compare to previous audits? What advice, perspective on financial reporting to the board? And what learning curves do we need to brush up on for the 1.5 coming in from the state of Michigan?
So, on question 1, my perspective personally for Scio is limited. I think some of you may recall, Treasurer Palmer, that Mike Swartz was a longtime partner on this engagement, so I've really only been involved with the township audit. This would be my 3rd audit, and 2 of them have been in this remote COVID environment. So I don't have a great long-term perspective, unfortunately, to give on that. I would just have to rely, on any report or any communication to those charged with governance. What I can tell you, though, just from a timing standpoint, because this, like I said, this is my third year. So my first year we're out here. It didn't require an extension. I mean, so that one got done, without the extension. The last two took some time. And understandably, there was some reasons in each year as to why that happened. So from a pure timing perspective, the last 2 years would have been longer than the first. I can't really speak before that because I wasn't involved with the audit before that. The second question on...
We can get an answer on that, though, if you want to do it now or wait until you're finished.
Get an answer, I'm sorry.
The first question that she's asked. Now, you could finish.
Why don't we let him?
Let him, okay.
Yeah.
That's
So the second question on the financial reporting, I mean, so that really would be more board policy. I want to make sure I'm answering the question that's being asked, at least I think was being asked, is, as far as how often that should be reported is really up to the board. What I'd see is, I'd see, if I'm comparing to other townships that I work with, normally we'd see some sort of reporting on a monthly basis, at a minimum a quarterly basis. That information would include, it'd be more focused on revenues and expenditures compared to budget. But again, that's really more of a board policy as far as how often you'd like to see and you get that information. But that's what Ashley and I are used to seeing. The third question related to the state grant, which I'm not familiar with, but what I would say in answering that, I think it's important for someone, obviously the grant was reviewed and signed, so someone has an understanding of it. But all grants have compliance aspects to it. So it's important to make sure that you're understanding what the compliance is, mostly around allowability. I suspect allowability and eligibility, and that really relates to costs. So you're only spending these dollar amounts as the grant would indicate that they could be spent, keeping in mind on, when you've got a grant, if there were any local matching requirements, again, not being familiar with that. How that may or may not relate to the federal dollars and the ARPA funds, and if you have a chance, we still have webinars out there that anyone can visit. Feel free to visit and look at some of our presentations. But this is a significant amount of money that are coming in for the township. Now, the one thing that we've been, when asked, we've been, advising our clients are related to this is, I think you need to view this as a marathon more than a sprint. You've got to December 31st of 2024 to obligate the monies, December 31st of 2026 to actually spend them. So planning will be key here. And why I say that is there's other organizations, maybe upstream, Washington County perhaps, clearly the state of Michigan, that may be looking to send some of their monies down to local units. So the planning is important because if you had planned on spending some dollars in one way, but perhaps a state treasury is about to send you some monies for that exact same purpose, maybe you can divert or reallocate that to another potential project. So what we've been suggesting is make sure you're understanding the ARPA fund dollars, what they can be used for, what to qualify, do a revenue loss calculation. That's one of the 4 buckets. And then almost create like a wish list of eligible projects and then work from there based on the monies that you've already been committed to, the ones that, that went through the straight portal, and what else might flow through from the county or the state. Going back to the state grant, I don't know enough about that, if that is, how that could play into any of the ARPA monies, because it does talk about infrastructure, again, not knowing, but I think you look at all of this together. And again, just there's going to be a significant amount of money, that's coming in that you haven't had before. The one thing to keep in mind, though, at least now, you're going to get it's going to come in twice, right? It's going to, or one this past summer, one the summer before. So one thing you need to be careful of, and I don't think that the township's looking at this, is becoming over-reliant on operating costs, because that will dry up, come 2026 as far as the amount of monies are available. So you just want to ensure that you're not creating structural deficits as a result, structural deficits after 2026 as a result of how you're using the monies now. Did that answer the question?
Yes, and that was very helpful. The only thing I'll notice is you spoke in terms of grants, and I did understand what you described. This is actually an allocation out of the state budget, and it is specifically designated. So does that raise any other new information you would offer?
So I'll let Jessica talk. But I suspect, though, grant or not, there's going to be a requirement that you spend it on a specific purpose. So I might have been using the term grant loosely, but that's how I envision it, is you've got monies in, it needs to be used for a specific purpose. But
And Jane, my understanding of the earmarks is they are in fact grants. They will be grants, non-competitive.
There are compliance issues, for sure.
So we keep track of everything. That's basically what you're saying.
eligibility and allowability. Before you spend it, make sure it's allowable under the grant. It should be okay.
Trustee Jerome, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the possible impact of the review. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the last review noted a couple of, however we want to characterize them, anomalies, and obviously we have, I think, 5 or 6 in this review and audit. And I'm wondering if you could, I'm trying to understand the impact of that from potential parties that are reviewing this from an outside, that are going to be reviewing your audit report, and does it have an impact, and what that possibly could be. Just so I'm clear on, and I know we're going to be correcting these budget issues and the OPEB and some of the issues with the funds, but could you maybe add a little bit more insight in terms of what the potential impact with regards to, obviously assuming that they're all corrected, could be, or maybe there isn't, I don't know.
Yeah, and so I'll do my best. It's hard to say as someone who doesn't use the financial statements, just involved in auditing them, to know specifically what they want to look like. As far as, maybe we'll start with the 3 non-compliance items. Those items tend to be, while important, they're more along the lines of control. They're making sure that reports get out, things get taxes get distributed a little bit quicker. So they're probably not, from somebody looking at a pure financial standpoint, those items probably aren't having a significant impact. But again, it depends on who the user of your financial statement is. If you're going out for bonding, there might be, a question on whether or not, the non-compliance with Public Act 202 and the not funding of the normal costs for employers hired after June 30th, 2018. But someone else could look at it and say, yeah, but if we take a look at the cash position of the township, they've obviously got the ability to make those payments as they go along. The more focus, I suspect, from a user would be on the material weaknesses or significant deficiencies as it relates to significant audit adjustments identified by the auditors, which we had none. I mean, there were areas that we worked through compliance side, but really, the township had worked through those with their guidance before there was any significant misstatements. Probably the biggest thing, again, going back to the weaknesses, could the financial statements have went out materially incorrect? Not with what we found. Even the material weakness, that one item as mentioned earlier, wouldn't have materially misstated the statements, but if instead of 1 there would have been 6, it could have. So that's why that's more focused on the control as to what could happen if not done. Really, this information is required by auditors to bring forth to the township board to determine and weigh the pros and cons and how you're going to react and what you need to do with each one of those items. So doing my best as to how it might impact, it's almost impossible for me to say that. I would think, like, if you're bonding, none of these wouldn't have, a significant impact. But, it's, they could say, well, it's important to make sure you're complying, with this, that, and do your best.
Thank you for that insight. I appreciate it.
Are there other comments or questions for the auditors?
Not for the auditors, but I'd like to address that first question Jane asked regarding what does this audit in compared with previous years? And Sandy, you can answer that very well.
Jane, I've been doing the audits for Scio Township for 30 years now. In that time, off the top of my head, I can remember 2 instances where we had an anomaly, if you want to call it that way. One, it was an issue that we were doing a project with the city of Ann Arbor and everything was funneling through their books and nobody from utilities clued accounting in that project had started, so we didn't record what we should have recorded the first year of the project. It wasn't discovered until the second year. And then there was one other anomaly years ago when we were, might have been the Boulevard, but in 28 audits, we were dinged 2 times. And we never, prior to last year, we had never had to ask for an extension either.
Are there any other questions? Did that address the question that you had, Trustee Vogel?
Yeah, I find that I was keen to get a historic perspective, and I find that data very telling.
Telling of what?
Well, we can have this conversation further at another time. We don't have to keep you in the hot seat here.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very much for all of your work again on audit this year.
And thank you, Sandy, for that history.
Clerk Flintoff.
Yeah, I want to thank Sandy for her work on the audit this year. She worked on it from March through. I want to thank Rebecca Motti, the second member of our finance team, utilities, treasurer, everybody. It's pulling together a lot of information. I know that we'll also have to do a single audit in this coming year. So just so the board knows, because we're going to be receiving over $750,000 in federal funds. I did have one more question because I know that our auditors have become very popular with this entire board, and you've been fielding a lot of phone calls from us, and you two have been outstanding, much like our attorney, giving very good answers to an array of questions. So later on in this agenda, the supervisor and treasurer are proposing a consolidation, a different structure for the management of finance, and the supervisor has stated in the background that there is some sort of endorsement, support, review by our township auditor, and I don't think that's true. So I just wanted to ask you while you were here about anything you want to say about the proposal that's in there, if you want to weigh in on it or not.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure what's in
Okay,
I mean, I don't know what's in the packet right now.
sure.
But I'd say I had fielded questions from a number of individuals as it related to, what could change. I think what I tried to keep my response to everyone was, let's, make sure you're not necessarily focusing on the person, but the position and what their responsibilities are. And when we provide, as part of our audit, we provide questionnaires as far as roles and responsibilities and what we, if there could potentially be, a segregation of duty issue. I mean, that's a control. And when, it would be one of those things is when if you have the opportunity, you could go back through here. But even if there is, a segregation of duty item, identifying any mitigating factors that could oversee that. So, I haven't been asked. I probably shouldn't be. As auditors, we probably shouldn't be setting up your control system.
Yeah.
But when it's laid out, I think anybody who had called me would say I'd be happy to discuss any specific issues or any specific concerns, but you almost have to look at the whole picture for a specific duty. It's been a while. I know I had many conversations, and I just don't have any notes on what's in the packet right now. Probably, to be honest, probably shouldn't comment on it until something would be finalized.
So I spoke too soon about you getting off the hot seat. I guess you
That's
had to
fine.
sit there
No,
for
it's a
a
good
little
question. I mean, we can't be part of the control process and setting up. We cannot set up your internal. We can comment on, hey, have you thought about this? Because these two roles and these two duties, is there another way to strengthen your control system by having two other? And if you don't, should someone else be overseeing that? I mean, there's many ways, to get to the right, to get to a correct control structure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're done with the questions for the auditors now. I don't see any other hands raised. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks, Ashley.
That's saving trips back.
That brings us to the next report, which is the Fire Chief's September-October Fire Activity Report.
What about public comment?
There's no public comment during reports.
Is there a way you can bring it in so I can share my screen?
Yes, absolutely.
You are familiar with hot seats, I think.
Sometimes, yes. Although I anticipate I will be briefer than our last presenter.
And Chief, I also want to acknowledge that we have moved the tiny budget amendment to the end of our agenda, and I know that you were going to take off tonight, which is, of course, fine. But if there's anything you want to say about it during this report before you go.
If that, would it be appropriate for me to
Or you
stay
can
here?
speak to it, whatever you prefer.
You may stay if you choose.
Fair enough.
I just knew you weren't planning to.
All good.
Okay.
Let's see, I don't see my packet up there.
So if you
I
could
see it on
share
this
your,
screen.
oh, you do? Okay. And are you sharing your screen or a document?
Sharing the screen.
It says your document's up.
Okay, that's great.
Publicly here.
I believe everyone on Zoom can see it, and just us in the room can't see it. So please proceed. I believe it's what you're already have in the packet.
Yes, correct. So unfortunately, I was not able to be at last month's first board meeting. So this report will cover 2 months, September and October 2021. September, 118 incidents and 132 in October. Of those total of 250 incidents over the last 2 months, 232 are in Scio and 18 outside of Scio Township. There's a kind of a breakdown of the incidents. Looks a little bit differently as my data capture only goes back 1 month, so to get 2 months I had to give it a little different format there. But that gives you a breakdown of how the calls came in. I think some of our mutual aid calls this month were related to the construction on I-94, going west outside the community and through Oak Chelsea's service area. There was a lot of construction, lane closures. And in order for Chelsea to respond to an accident on the westbound side of 94, they had to get on at Baker. So when they had incidents, it's much quicker for us to get on at Zeeb and head west. So they called us from mutual aid a number of times on 94. We requested mutual aid for 4 incidents, and again, outside the community responded 18 times at requests of neighboring communities. Significant incidents over the last couple months. October 26th, we assisted Chelsea in the second alarm structure fire. I think most of you have heard about this incident. A mother and one of her children were burned. She was rescuing her kids from the fire in their home. She, my understanding, suffered significant burns and is at U of M's burn center. A couple things that kind of stick out with me on this incident. While this was an area where Dexter and Chelsea respond together due to one of Dexter's closest station, I believe Chelsea was on another incident on I-94. So that delayed their response a little bit, although Dexter was dispatched immediately. So as we talk about our development of fire services in the community, when we have 2 stations that are staffed, we'd have redundancy built in our system. So we would, if we had 1 engine on a call and a second engine available, would be able to immediately respond without actually picking up from the call they're on to get on the road. So redundancy is important in this aspect. I think Dexter and Chelsea working together in that area did have some redundancy. And the second, while details are still coming in on this incident, it's possible that this building that had the fire was not permitted as a living occupancy. So that's one of the things that I think the board's already worked on addressing. Assistant Chief Armstrong's out, started last week, and he's out starting to get through our community. And I hope that if something like this is occurring within our community where we have people living in somewhere that is not permitted for living, that we're able to address it and not have an incident like this occur. October 20th, we had a fire on Pine Cross Lane. Residents had a barn behind their home. They had what appears to be an electrical wiring caused a fire inside the building. The structure was saved. A lot of the contents of the building were damaged. October 12th, you may have heard of this incident as well. We assisted Ann Arbor City Fire. They had a 3rd alarm structure fire at U of M Hospital. Hospital, being such a large complex, has a very large air distribution system. They have 5 air blowers that blow air, conditioned air, to various places within the hospital. Fire broke out in one of those units, and if you kind of think of your home furnace might have a blower on it that blows air through your ductwork, this is probably half the size of this room and about 15 feet tall. So it's a pretty significant structure that had a fire. This spread smoke and fire throughout the duct system. I attended a post-incident analysis in Ann Arbor. Some of their staff indicated a lot of the issues they had were related to smoke in the hospital. They were evacuating ICUs, ventilated patients were moving, surgeries had to stop, which is unheard of in a hospital. My understanding is they had 1 patient who they couldn't stop the surgery right away, but that by the time they were able to close up that patient, remove him from the OR, one of the staff had passed out from smoke inhalation in the OR. Pretty significant incident, and it caused significant disruption to the hospital. For over a week, they were working on cleaning air ducts to make sure they could get them all active again. And my understanding is they were still down 1/3 of their ORs a week later. Carbon monoxide incident occurred on Marshall Road where a resident lost his life. A vehicle was found running in a garage causing the carbon monoxide to enter the home where it was found. As we get into that season, I want to touch a little bit on carbon monoxide alarms. We're starting, our furnaces are starting up. We're starting to burn fuels in the home, and it's time to make sure our carbon monoxide alarms all work. Replace them every 10 years and make sure you keep yours active. Check mine all the time. September 3rd, we assisted Chelsea with a vehicle extrication, commercial vehicle accident on westbound 94 in a construction zone. They had, as traffic was stopping, a delivery van had rear-ended a semi-tractor trailer. A patient was trapped in significantly. We worked with Chelsea firefighters for about an hour to remove him from the vehicle. He was then flown via helicopter to UM for treatment. In addition to that, we assisted Ann Arbor City on 2 additional structure fires and Dexter on a structure fire. Our team investigated 1 structure fire in the community, the fire on Pine Cross Lane. Response time data. Total average response time from when the 911 call is placed till we arrive on scene, about 10 minutes. Our response time, our portion of that is just over 7. Dispatch is working through a new system to improve the response times, their call taking times. I actually was in a meeting with them today. Their structure fire incidents, they have dispatched out in less than a minute now. So their system is taking shape and improving those 911 call taking times. Year to date, about 45% of our calls, we meet with under a 6-minute response time from the fire department. September and October, numbers up year over year. And I brought this chart back again because as you see the incidents throughout the year really ties into our year-to-date change. These two line up next to each other. I had to cut them in half to fit them on the page. But the most important part here is about a 35% increase in calls. This is in part to our dispatch software and also in part to us reevaluating which calls we go on. I mentioned this before, but we looked through about 5,400 call types and determined which calls of those that we would allow HVA to handle on their own and which ones we decided we need to help our citizens in the community. And we found that there were a number of calls where our ambulance provider would respond emergency through the community and we didn't respond to. So we corrected those issues and are responding on appropriate calls for us in the community. And we're still not responding on every call that HVA may receive in the community, but all of those that life-threatening or that we can provide immediate care when we get there. September, October training, we're down a little bit in hours of training, 271 hours between the 2 months. That was due to a couple reasons, really. Moving out of the construction trailer and back into the station took a lot of time. And then additionally, getting cleaned up and ready for our Halloween party took a lot of time as well. So,
Well done.
thank you. So we talk about where we respond to next. I've got this map, and this is loosely based on some work Emergency Services Consulting International had done for the township a number of years back. Zone 1, the northeast corner of the township, 170 calls year to date. Zone 2, the southeast, 377. And Zone 3, the west and southwest, 376 calls year to date. So if you notice, Zone 2 happens to be our smallest zone. However, we're responding to it's our busiest zone in the community. Even though it's probably only 7 square miles with the cutouts from the city, it is our busiest area. And lastly here, I've included a heat map of year-to-date calls. If you can see where our current station is, we meet the Jackson Zeeb response time very well. We're over to Baker using the freeway very well, but again, we still struggle in the southeast corner. But again, the township has secured some property. We're evaluating its ability to serve as a fire station, which in the future can really address the needs in that section of the community. With that, I'm going to stop share and give a couple more brief updates. Station update, much of the remaining site work is getting completed this week. We have the back half of the station to the south, parking lot's removed and is going to be poured hopefully Thursday, Friday. We pretty much are moved in, a couple odds and ends to do, and working through a punch list with the contractor of items to address. And lastly, I wanted to give an update on a project the township gave me authorization to pursue earlier this year, replacing our rescue. As many of you know, new cars are gone right now, and in government fleets and in our MI deal, that's no exception. We originally planned to purchase a 2021 model year, however, we weren't able to do that, and they're just starting to take orders for the 2022s now. So I have found that there are some price increases, so as we get more information on that, I'll be back to you to adjust the price of the vehicle. So with that, if the board has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
There was one that you and I talked about that came up actually in public comments at a couple of different meetings. There was a question, I think it was raised because we were having an internal board debate about a proposal to increase funding available for outside financial consultants. And one of the projects that they were helping with was they were helping you and the township with the fire station renovation project. And the public comment was that this had resulted, this delay while we were debating this, had resulted in increased costs of tens of thousands of dollars and construction delays. And you and I talked about this, and you clarified that that actually isn't the case.
Yeah, that's correct. There were no, construction moved on. The only part that was delayed was the financial reporting. I was working with Karen Lancaster. She's maintaining the financial aspects of the project. And whenever the bills come in, I ship them to her. We review them with the architect and the builder. The board has since given me the authorization with Karen Lancaster to finish that project, which is ongoing. Karen is caught up, and there were no financial consequences for that. It was simply I didn't have the fiscal picture of the project, but there's money-wise, everything's where it should be.
He has no budget, but all the expenditures are. If you could just describe, I mean, what this is, and we can talk about it at the next item, but the difference between not having a budget and having the expenditures.
Sure. So the board has authorized funds for the project. The board has not budgeted those funds yet. While they said we're setting this money aside for the project, they haven't gone into the formal budget yet. So as of right now, Karen Lancaster is maintaining a spreadsheet that shows what the board has authorized and what's been expended. But when I look at the budget in the general ledger, I have zeros for amount approved by the board for a budget with corresponding expenditures, resulting in those all being over budget. And it's just a housekeeping issue. The board just needs to adopt the actual amounts that they authorized as a budget. And I don't understand that format as well as many people do. Does that answer that question?
Yes, and we never had a budget for this project, and it was authorized, created. This budget amendment has been in our hands for months to months. So like many things, it finally gets to me, and we bring it here a little out of context to get it done.
Any other questions that I can answer?
Are there any other questions from other members of the board? I don't see any or hear any.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to financial reports.
Great. Part one. I want to acknowledge Rebecca Motti is on the line here and joining by Zoom, available to answer any questions. As promised, here are the financial reports for April 1st through October 31st. Jane, as a reminder, the board receives the last financial report March 31st, typically the balance sheet as well as the revenue and expenditures. And Sandy always does a nice narrative on the top of it. The last one that we've had done is from March 31st. As you remember, our fiscal year starts April 1st, and also March is about the time that the auditors give us the list of records that they need. So that's when a busy time begins for Sandy. So it is really a perennial issue that we have here in the township, and not through anybody's fault, just everybody working as hard as they can with the resources that we have. But there's typically several months where the board does not get the monthly financial reports. I've said this before, I will repeat it again. And so this year, it was longer than a few months because of various circumstances. And so here we are getting caught up. So I also want to say, one of my goals is cross-training so that we have some redundancy in the team. We'd only ever had one staff person keeping the general ledger and only ever had one staff person producing the reports for a couple of decades. So what we're doing now is cross-training. And so there'll be some bumps, but I want to thank Rebecca Motti for stepping it up. Frankly, working her tail off through FMLA and everything else. And we've had about 4 hours of training from Woodhill, and it's been extraordinary. So learning a lot more to learn from our finance director, from Woodhill, from all of the associations. A brief 2-page financial summary. So what is attached here is the balance sheet as well as the revenue and expenditures up to October 31st. Some notable items here, you'll see our first tranche payment of the ARPA funds booked, the revenue sharing payments. Jane, the $300,000 that was that last minute budget amendment that you didn't see transferred has in fact been made, has been transferred. City of Ann Arbor is late with billing us for water and sewer. I don't think that is unusual. I think that's quite typical, isn't it, Sandy? Some outstanding items. So areas that need better or more reconciliation. A portion of the water sewer connection fees still needs to be allocated to the City of Ann Arbor. As you recall, Woodhill's given us a few recommendations on how to shore up our sewer and water funds and accounting. Tax revenue has not been recorded, but we historically do not post it until December 1st. The pooled deposit accounts reconciliations have not yet been completed. So that, once done, will create a difference. Now, I think that was one of the bumps that started, and it's gotten worse with the implementation of Invoice Cloud. Accountants across the state are concerned about this, so I would ask our treasurer in the implementation with the UB to just see if there's anything we can do about making Invoice Cloud a little bit easier on the accounting side. A couple other items, I'll just say on second page, status of catching up on the reporting. We have 24 bank accounts. We get paper statements for each of them. Rebecca has reconciled all of those. That's 168 statements. Thank you, Rebecca. Only 2 accounts have not been reconciled, the tax deposit and the pooled deposit. The wire transfers and EFTs have been posted from April through October. Only outstanding is 1 journal entry for ARPA funds. All of the board approved budget amendments and transfers have been entered for April 1st through October 31st. So if you look at the revenue and expenditure report, there's one column that says original budget. That's the budget we adopted on March 23rd, effective for April 1. Second column is amended budget. Those are all of the budget amendments that we, the board, have made, have been entered through October 31st. And we will keep up on that monthly. And we've just got to look at our reconciliation procedures. We'll keep on a monthly schedule for reporting and make the reports more lean. This is way too long, but we'll also start to include some basic analysis and graphs, post them on our website. And we'll continue to bring recommended budget amendments that are cleanups. Oftentimes there's something where, say, for example, the administrator position. We create a new position for 80 to 110,000. We're not going to make a budget amendment on that until we have a contract and know what the precise cost is. So things like that. We can work out some procedures around that. As a reminder, doing budget amendments throughout the year is new for Scio Township. Historically, we've done all the budget amendments, almost all, at the end of the year to make a balanced budget. But I want to thank Rebecca, I want to thank Colleen, I want to thank Sandy and everybody. So we're caught up and we'll expect to be reporting on these monthly. But please call Rebecca or I if you have any questions.
So we're not going through the other documents, it's just a summary?
Yeah, I think it's too long to go through it all.
Okay, I just wasn't sure what the plan was. Are there any comments or questions from members of the Board of Trustees? Trustee Jerome.
I just want to say thank you for providing this, and
You're welcome.
I'm going to take some time to dig through it, but I appreciate it finally having it in front of us. So thank you for the efforts and all the staff's efforts in creating the document.
You're welcome, Alec. And I know it's not formatted just right, so just shoot an email on what you want to look at, and BSNA automatically kicks out graphs, and there's different ways to put it online. So we're in good shape to make more friendly and meaningful reports.
Trustee Noel.
Yes, I also wanted to say thank you for this information. And I want to mention that historically we have reconciled everything in one event. So we have done the budget amendments typically one time during the year. This is attempting to do a more current job reflective of where the township actually is. So thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you to Rebecca, and thank you to the board for your patience, but these will continue monthly. So these were the financial reports you were referencing earlier, Jane. I know we still need to work on the investment reports from the treasurer's office, and then we'll be fully in compliance.
One thing, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. But also today, Fund 285 was created, and you will see the ARPA funds in the revenue expenditure report that you have in front of you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, so that's Fund 285.
Are there any other comments or questions? Hearing none, let's move on to the written report from the office coordinator.
Just submitted for information.
Just submitted, okay, so there's no accompanying oral report?
No. And I'll just say, this is a tradition of the board for the information to be presented this way. Christy is happy to present it in any way that, differently, just let her know.
Okay, that brings us to regular reports. Trustee Noel, are you ready for the report about Gelman?
Yes. Everyone knows about the recent Scio Township press release that came out on Saturday regarding the new findings of dioxin contamination in 2 wells in Scio Township. I'm going to go through some of the background, where we are today. I have some information about testing from Keith Gadway, our hydrogeologist who did the actual water collection for the testing that has been done so far. So dioxane is a probable carcinogen and an emerging contaminant in water.
Scio Township performed residential drinking water sampling in July. 19 wells were tested using the 522 method. I'll go through what that is in just a minute. 3 wells tested positive. 2 of these wells had no prior sampling history. 1 well had previously tested positive, so that was not a surprise. The 2 wells that tested positive were on North Wagner Road and Dexter Ann Arbor Road. The levels were 0.8 parts per billion. The tests on the 2 wells that documented dioxane were repeated in September. The results were essentially confirmed. They were almost the same. Okay, Scio Township has used the 522 testing method for these recent tests. This method was developed in 2008 by the EPA. This is a more sensitive testing method than the one currently used by Eagle and the Washtenaw County Health Department. This 522 method can detect dioxane detections down to 0.1 parts per billion. And the current method used by the county can only detect down to 1 part per billion. The city of Ann Arbor does monthly testing on their municipal water using the 522 method. And they have had several months with low levels recorded. It's all on their website if you want to take a look at it. Advocates for a better cleanup had long pushed for utilizing the 522 method along what was thought to be the perimeter of the plume. And as you know, the plume has not been conclusively established. We are working with maps that represent Gelman's best estimate and sometimes Eagle's best estimate based on data that we do have. But none of this is set in stone. All homeowners have been notified about the positive test results and the negative test results. Eagle, Washtenaw County, and all of the interveners involved in the Gelman legal action have also been notified. Current Eagle drinking water standard is 7.2 parts per billion. And as I said previously, the testing method used by Washtenaw County and Eagle would not have detected the levels of 0.8 parts per billion that we found in Scio using the more sensitive 522 method. I also should point out that many states have drinking water standards well below 7.2. Michigan's is 7.2, but many states have drinking water standards at 1 part per billion. Next steps. Scio will sample 15 additional drinking water wells near the 2 sites that recently tested positive. The testing is to occur this week. We should have the results by late November. I want to mention that the decisions on testing were made by 3 board members, Will, Jackie, and me, working collaboratively, and Bill Stapleton and Keith Gadway, our hydrogeologist, who has assisted us on the Gelman litigation. Keith is with the firm Quantum Engineering here in Scio Township. His firm collected the samples and sent them to the lab in Florida for analysis. That was the best arrangement at the time. That's why it was done that way. Keith advised extensively on the locations for the well testing. We also received advice from Dan Bicknell. What does this mean? It supports the hypothesis that the contamination is traveling. The Wagner Road site was a very deep well, approximately 800 feet, and it is close to a tributary of Honey Creek. The Dexter Ann Arbor Road site was a much more shallow well, just east of the Knights of Columbus Hall, where Knights of Columbus site, where a proposed community well to service 47 homes is currently being considered. We will be pushing for more monitoring wells in both areas. I know Roger Rail is in attendance, and we might ask him to contribute when I'm done, if he has any additional comments to contribute. Additional residential well testing is going to be done, and we can also do additional well testing that has not been identified yet. I communicated with Keith Gadway today. He is saying that Quantum Environmental can provide service to a limited number of residences. He would want to consolidate any testing that's done to reduce shipping costs for the water. He will be asking for an approximate number of people who might be interested in this. One consideration is that the water has to be drawn from an outdoor source.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Apple Watch, excuse me. I bumped the watch.
I'm sorry, while we're interrupted, Jane, would you please mute your phone as well? I think that's creating some background noise. Sorry, Kathy, go on.
Don't know what you're.
I am muted.
Okay, great.
Okay, so for additional testing yet this season, homeowners would have to keep their outside faucets on. So Keith is saying that it might be a better option to wait until spring for additional testing, but it's not off the table for right now. He's saying that the cost would be approximately $275 per sample, assuming that this is group sampling and that everything is shipped together the way they have been doing it. If the sample sizes, the number of samples are smaller, then the cost would go up about $30 to $50 per sample. So we have many questions remaining right now. Questions about the timing of future testing once we get the results at the end of November. We'll be working with Washtenaw County and Eagle on this. I am getting questions from residents about the consideration of the township subsidizing future testing. So this is an issue the board is going to have to discuss. We got an email today from Rob Pattinson asking if a group of residents was interested in doing testing, couldn't this provide the township with additional useful information? And the answer is yes, it could. So we need data from this next round of testing, and then we will have to make some serious decisions on what we're going to be doing. I know there were questions about the board discussing this issue, and previously, back in April of 2021, the board had appropriated $100,000 in General Fund 101, increasing the expenditure budget to support the legal and other expert costs related to the Gelman science pollution. So this testing fell under the category of other expert costs. That's why it wasn't discussed at a board meeting, but it was being discussed in a small group. So I'm wondering if Roger wants to add anything, if he's still here.
Roger, would you like to add anything? Actually, there he is.
Yeah, I guess I just want to point out one thing. I think Kathy, you said that the well on North Wagner, I think you used the ground level figure instead of the depth of the well. I think you said 800 feet.
That's what I was told.
Yeah, that's not the depth of the well. According to my data, the depth of the well is 192 feet, which is deep for that area. And of course, that is a shallower area. So the layer that it's in is quite deep there. It's clear that this is not dioxin from personal care products or anything that are seeping out from the septic fields in that area. The other well on Dexter is only 82 feet deep. Well, that's still deep enough to be below some clay layers. So, and that's in line with some of the wells on Elizabeth that already have hits. And the third well that you tested that had a hit before was on Elizabeth, and I believe that is another deep well. Not quite as deep as the North Wagner one. So the concern here is that we're seeing that dioxin is moving farther away from the site than people expected. I know it was farther than I expected. It's good that you're using the 522 method. I expected maybe if 522 might show like 0.02 or some low level of dioxin. When it's at 0.8, that's almost detectable by Gelman's methods and by the state's methods. So when you have a hit on Elizabeth, and then there was that one hit on Breezewood, when those come back as non-detect, I don't think it's non-detect. I think it's non-detect using the old methods, but if you use 522 on those, which the state and Gelman should be using, just like other states are using, you have a heads up. You don't have a false sense of insecurity. If it's non-detect, well, you don't have to worry about it. Well, if it's 0.8, it might be good to start worrying about that and start seeing where the channels are, where dioxin can make it that far, that deep, without being detected, so we can have the proper monitoring to find where the dioxin is, and let's get rid of it. Let's not let it spread at some arbitrary 7.2 value that an old legislature approved, when they went from 1 in a million cancerous to 1 in 100,000 in order to ostensibly make it cheaper to clean up urban brownfields. This is not an urban brownfield. Scio Township is a greenfield, and we don't need to make it into a tan field by allowing industrial chemicals to pollute it. Michigan has really good water and in part because of the glaciers. There's a lot of sand and gravel filters, natural sand and gravel filters, that filter our water so that we can drink the same water that dinosaurs drank, and it doesn't taste like dinosaur pee.
Roger, thank you. I'm gonna try and move us along on the agenda at this point. One of the suggestions that was made, given the interest in this new data that the township has been gathering and plans to continue gathering, is that we might want to schedule a special meeting, and that would be a time to sort of explore some of these questions, including theories about dinosaurs and their effect on the water. So why don't we save the rest of this conversation for that occasion, and I'll work with Trustee Knoll and Trustee Courteau and others, and we'll try and pull something together.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate what I said during public comment, that I'm about to post the new Gelman plume maps that show where the dioxin is at 7.2 parts per billion for the first time. And of course, that's still, 3/4 of a mile from where these new hits were. So their plume maps have to be taken with a grain of salt, as they always have been.
So that's the Scio Residents for Safe Water website. Is that where people could find those?
Yeah, I'll post it out there because that's where we can, we have access to enough room to post these kind of things.
Okay.
Scio Residents for Safe Water produces these maps to help with the card group and to help the general public know where the dioxin is, and have some visualizations so you can have everything in one platform, so you can compare things, have a better model of a reality of what's going on, basically. So that's it.
Thank you, Roger, and that's a very useful resource that you keep up. Trustee Knoll, does that bring your report on Gelman to a conclusion?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we move to the clerk's report?
Sure. Just one quick thing on Gelman. I look forward to the special meeting on Gelman strategy. I will say, as a resident of North Wagner, people are concerned. I want to thank Kathy and Will and the whole Scio team for all the work on the data gathering. But the question of what does this mean? We're Scio Township, we're not a public health authority. We've got to really, I would suggest, very quickly schedule a meeting in the community, even before the special meeting. So separate from, I would love to have some meeting of the residents who all got the letters and who are all on Nextdoor and looking at this and wondering what it means. I'd be happy to work with you on that, but I think we should do that soon, because we've released data and people are trying to make sense of it, and I think it's incumbent upon us to help them do that.
I think that is actually the meeting that Trustee Knoll and I have been talking about.
Okay, I was thinking about
not a strategy meeting so much as a
community meeting.
Community meeting, yeah.
Okay, great. Let's do that quickly.
Well, we probably want to wait to have the data. We can schedule the meeting and get that set. But remember, we've got more data that's coming in late November.
I would suggest we have a meeting like in the next week or so, or two. And I suggest that because we sent the data out, people are talking about it, and I think we need to explain it.
Okay.
So we can talk more offline, but I wanted to put that on there. That seems like the most important next step. Brief update on elections. I know last time I just reported that our biennial maintenance was completed. And sadly, this week, I want to report that Greg Faden from Hart, who is our election equipment provider, has been providing maintenance and support on our equipment for many years, has suddenly passed away. And I just spent most of Saturday, 2 Saturdays ago with him. So just a very sad note for all of the clerks in and around Michigan. Secondly, you'll remember Larry Kessenbaum, our county clerk, was kind enough to present on the county apportionment. They just wrapped up their work yesterday, and the new county districts are set. They talked about going to 24-15. They have stayed at 9. So ours has changed a little bit. We will still have 2 county commission districts, 1 and 9, with the southeast corner of Scio Township in 9. On the Budget and Finance Committee, our next meeting is November 17th at 3:30. Will has been working hard on the draft CIP, and we're going to be discussing that, as well as the final draft on the grants policy. Depending on what happens tonight, if the appointment of the deputy treasurer happens, we'll be talking about the rework of the finance director position for the new finance position we'll have to hire. Update on the Woodhill Group work. Of the hours, we've used about 6 or 7 hours total, a couple in fire and about 4 in finance. The utilities work hasn't really gotten rolling yet, and I think Steve has a good reason for the delay, but it is our delay, not Woodhill's. That's it.
Treasurer's report.
We're in the process of doing the tax roll, which is my first year at doing this. And we will have all of the information needed by the 17th, and then it will be completed, and you will get a present the first week in December. I knew you'd like that.
The Broadband Task Force.
We meet on Thursday, next Wednesday, actually, in the morning. There's no new update. I will be out, however, providing to the township. There is going to be an informational letter that's going to be finalized at the next meeting that I'll share with everyone so that they can update themselves on potential broadband in their respective areas.
Great.
And Parks Advisory Board.
I'm going to leave that update. It's primarily with regards to the Marshall Park item that we're going to be talking about later. And I will give just a quick one for LPC, only in that I know that Trustee Courteau is not available, but I am happy to report that the funds that we reallocated from a potential application that was not being utilized or had run into some certain issues have been reallocated, and LPAC, as part of the county parks, has obligated themselves to $463,000 towards the purchase of the Wren's property. So I'm very happy to report that that was able to occur, and hopefully we'll be moving forward with that.
Great. I know Trustee Courteau is absent, so I'll share what we learned from an email from the chair of the Planning Commission, and that is that the Planning Commission has given approval to Scio Township's master plan, which took a long time. We started work on the master plan update, I think in the fall of 2019, if not earlier. And so it's been a long slog to get to this point, but we're there. Trustee Vogel, I don't know if you are in a position to update on the Sustainability Task Force?
I am not sure I can do justice to that, except to say, hats off to Planning Commission Chair Jan Culbertson. She is doing just an excellent job of launching this new Sustainability Task Force. And we've got these subgroups going around different sort of content areas. We've got various expert presentations underway. I just sense that group's off to a very good start.
Great. Well, what about the Transportation Alternative Planning Committee? Can you update us on that?
Well, I can. And we're back on here. You know, I want to notice for us just how much is going on. And I see Matt Parks in the great big Zoom collection here. Per the board's approval, OHM has done a great job. Zebros Phase 3, as many of you have probably seen, just looks great, right? Parkland Plaza, after how many years, is done. And one of the things we're going to talk about at the TAP meeting, I think that's tomorrow, is a ribbon cutting that brings together some partners who really ponied up some real money for that, and the residents who have been asking for it for a decade. So we as a community need to just take a moment to celebrate something that really has met a community desire. I want to notice the other big thing that happened, and this is at the supervisor's request, I became more involved with some of the negotiations with the, Woodview, PUD. And we really stepped the game up on really looking to our PUD developers as partners in the township for really enhancing township assets as a big member of the township. And so there is a very significant portion of the pathways that will now be built in what we think of as the, southwest quadrant. And I have always held that like a core characteristic of Scio is protecting our open space. Well, let me just give you a heads up. There's a wonderful partnership between LPC, some recent work they've done. TAP as it begins to think about, gosh, what would be a route that now brings us back to Stabler? And oh, look, Trailview, I got the Trail Woods, has got 2 more segments. So I just want to notice, we've got great partners in this community, and these steps are coming together. The other piece that I'll say, and I love how David said it, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon, because let's notice, there is no staff for this, there is no project manager, there is no township manager helping with any of this. Just notice that. Folks in TAP, the supervisor, myself, lots of folks are stepping up, and again, I really want to recognize Matt and OHM in particular. But this 1.5 is a really big deal. And there's going to be a good conversation at the board probably in January as we finalize some engineering plans for phase 4, which gets us pretty much to Peters Road, right? And you got that federal grant in the work for $1 million. Again, board approved for a federal TAP grant to help with that really expensive bridge across the river. So that's going to be a discussion coming up early in the new year. I also want to notice for us, and this is going to be more the marathon part, it's going to be a really big partnership with the Washtenaw County Road Commission to enhance the pedestrian safety across I-94. $750,000 is a lot. Price tag for that is probably going to be high at $1 million. And pull on some millage, maybe there's some more funding to go after. But again, I just want to recognize TAP for a pretty heavy lift, getting this many major segments of these pathways and leveraging the millage fund to bring in this many outside dollars. Done.
Thank you. Trustee Noel, would you like to report on the first meeting of the new Roads Advisory Committee?
Sure. We had our first meeting November 3rd, and officers were elected. The chair will be Linda Smith, Vice Chair Roy Townsend, Secretary Jillian Carey. We discussed ideas and considerations for the next couple meetings. They're going to be focused on educational sessions dealing with roads and SADs. Will gave us a brief presentation on currently outstanding SADs and where they are in the process. There were 5 of them. So we're in still learning mode as a group, but it was a good meeting.
Thank you. I'll just briefly report on the Downtown Development Authority meeting, which occurred yesterday. Some of the projects that are ongoing include the state grant-funded brownfield project in the Holmes Brewery site. The DDA sort of celebrated, as Jane just pointed out, the Parkland Plaza sidewalk construction, the completion of that, or the near completion of that project. Also, this is a little more off the beaten track, but Enterprise Drive was a project the DDA helped to fund, so it was a partnership between the Township, the DDA, and the Washtenaw County Road Commission to repave a very decrepit piece of road, and now it's sort of revitalized, and hopefully that will help with the economic development of that particular part of the commercial area. The bus shelters, unfortunately, due to the delays in getting the easements for that project, is going to roll over. The installation of the bus shelters along Jackson is going to roll over to next construction season. The DDA is also working on updating its strategic plan. I think the last time it was approved was probably 2006. So they're working on that. And I think that's the DDA meeting. And that concludes our reports. So now we can move on to the consent agenda. So the consent agenda now includes 4 items. 1 item was removed and moved to new business. Is someone prepared to move the consent agenda to adoption?
I'll make the motion to move to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved by Palmer. Is there support by Flintoff? Please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Consent agenda adopted as presented.
Great. That brings us to unfinished business. And the first item of unfinished business is H1, possible action on the Compensation Commission nominations. I'll introduce this agenda item. The Compensation Commission nominations merit action by the full board, and for that reason, I had delayed action at our last meeting in the hope that we would have all members of the board present tonight. Unfortunately, we still have 1 member absent this evening. But given the short time remaining for the commission to complete its work, we will proceed. The Compensation Commission was proposed by Clerk Flintoff in June. As she put it, subsequently, Clerk Flintoff spearheaded its creation. However, once it was created, it was left to me as the supervisor to find the 5 nominees to serve as commissioners. Finding the 5 people was more challenging than other township appointments because of the state-imposed eligibility restrictions. In addition to being a registered Scio voter, nominees could not work for any government entity, nor could they be married to someone working in a government entity. Despite advertising the opportunity to serve on the commission for weeks, we had only 1 eligible applicant. By August, we had 2 eligible applicants. I worked with our HR consultant at the time to recruit people, but neither of us had any success. In September, I redoubled my efforts and found 1 additional person. Finally, in October, I found the final 2 people to serve. This was not an easy task, but I am proud of the resulting group of nominees. They represent diverse backgrounds and points of view, but they are all qualified to do this work. They all meet the eligibility criteria. I was saddened by the reaction of some fellow board members when I brought these names forward. Instead of appreciating these nominees for their willingness to serve on the commission, they made denigrating comments about some of them. It was implied that they were somehow unable to do this work because they were either related to a former township official or because they themselves had served as township officials. The township attorney reviewed the nominees and confirmed them to be eligible to serve. There is no substance to these criticisms. Since the October 12th meeting, the clerk put out a call for more volunteers. I asked her not to, but she chose to go ahead. She did not do this earlier when we were hunting for applicants. She waited until there were fully qualified applicants who she didn't like. I view this behavior as unprofessional and in contradiction of the nomination process set forth in the ordinance. More disappointing is that it is disrespectful of the applicants who had been nominated. While I appreciate that several Scio residents responded to the clerk's invitation.
Grow up, Will.
Please, you're out of order. Please stay muted. I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
While I appreciate that several Scio residents responded to the clerk's invitation, the nominees remain the same. I ask that the board respect them and drop any further criticism. If you don't support the nominations, you may vote no, but I hope that we can move forward in unanimity by all voting yes. I therefore move that the Board of Trustees appoint.
Before your motion, I have a comment.
Well, that's fine. You can comment after I make the motion.
Requesting permission to speak?
No, I'm still speaking.
Requesting
I move that the Board of Trustees appoint Jonathan Boyd, Kathleen Brandt, Spalding Clark, Monica Knowles, and Erwin Martin to serve on the Scio Township Compensation Commission. Their appointments commence immediately and will be to staggered terms as follows. Boyd is nominated to a 1-year term. Brandt is nominated to a 2-year term. Clark is nominated to a 3-year term. Knowles is nominated to a 4-year term, and Martin is nominated to a 5-year term. Is there support?
I will support that motion.
So it's been moved and supported. Now, are there comments from members of the Board of Trustees? Clerk Flintoff.
Thanks, Will. Everyone can look at Nextdoor, the Scio Township Public Agency post from August 2nd, 2021, where we sent out a recruitment, you can look at it, for Compensation Commission members. You'll see I repeated that one on October 18th. It is a township recruitment. As normal, you can read it, and it is what it is. At the time that we were recruiting, it was, Compensation Commission, it's new, it's unusual. It takes a little bit of boots on the ground. But I would just say that the call that went out was exactly the same, and you can look at that. Not from my personal account, from the Scio Township account. Second, I'll repeat my objection to appointing people who have served as officers of the township. It's exactly what I said last time. My objection is to Erwin Martin and Spalding Clark, not because of who either one of them are, or if they would make perfectly fine commissioners, but because of all of the bodies where we need to be absolutely clear that we're being ethical. It is the body that makes determinations about our very own compensation. For years, we have sat at this table setting our own compensation. We're trying to step it up with some better governance and very, very clear ethical guardrails around falling back into the good old boys network. And really, when you read the Compensation Commission, which was introduced on May 25th, is when we first discussed it and set the public hearing for June 22nd, at which we unanimously adopted the ordinance, the state law of which is incorporated wholly within. It is a one-page ordinance, and it makes very clear that the intention with the broad prohibition on affiliation with government is to create as much distance as possible from those who are making the decision to those who are impacted by that decision. So if there's an opportunity for us to build trust here, it's that we don't appoint somebody we do like or don't like. It's not about that at all. I would propose we just take the first come, first serve and go straight down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's how I would do it if I were empowered to bring nominations to this board table. The people who have responded, we have more than 5 residents who are electors, who are not affiliated with government, and whose spouses are not. The additional people, in addition to Jonathan Boyd and Kathleen Brandt, who applied early on and qualified, is also, I did put the next door post out again on 10/18, as I said that I would, because I would like us to do this step of this process right. So real chance for us to do something right here. The people who responded are people who I don't know, except through these meetings. I've seen their names on Zoom. Julie Beer, she's been a resident of Scio for 44 years. She's been a volunteer coordinator for the Holden Drive Maintenance Association. She usually attends the board meetings. She wrote us a beautiful letter, said she would be honored to help. Jonathan Greenberg, whose most recent accomplishment is founding a 50-person software development company, is in healthcare analytics. And Froda Masevag, who is the founding director of Ford Motor Company's European research arm. In his retirement, he's been active yachting and amateur radio clubs. And I want to give special thanks to Froda, especially for applying to serve when I know that he's still grieving his late wife, Marilyn. So I just want to say we've got some real stand-up people who have applied, and they were not getting a call back. I called them back to see if they were eligible, and I'll continue to promote the nomination of people who have been unaffiliated with the township over those who have been affiliated. That's all.
Are there other comments? Trustee Noel.
Yes, I have a few comments. I think that we need to support a diverse group of Scio Township residents on the Compensation Commission. I'm concerned about the inbreeding with having 2 former board members on the commission. I could support one, and clearly they are both qualified. But my concerns have to do with more drawing in new members in the community. I want to address another concern regarding, we learned recently from David Reed that there had been emails documenting that Jack Knowles had been giving direction to our civil engineering consultant, OHM, on the Zeeb Road pathway. In this capacity, one could think and one could surmise that Jack was essentially acting as an agent of the township. Now, maybe he wasn't getting paid. I don't know the details. And Will, perhaps you can provide more details on this. But I want to express concern
that the intent of the statute and the intent of our ordinance is clearly to remove people who are employed by or who are currently elected officials in the township. And by including 2 former officials and then the wife of a former official, I think that defeats some of the purpose of this compensation commission. And I would ask other board members to consider that we need to have a diverse group from the community. And I would ask others to step back and reflect on this situation. Is it fair? I don't think so, but others need to ask themselves that question. Is this what we want? Is this what we are condoning as a board?
Right.
So I can't support the current composition of your proposal. I could, if we could include 1 or 2 other members who have applied. Other people applied, and I don't know that these 3 actually even applied, but I agree, you got them to say they would be willing to serve, and that's fine. And I appreciate anyone who's willing to serve. But I just would think that as a group, we could look at the situation from a different perspective and possibly consider doing it differently than the same old way we have done things in the past. Thank you.
Are there other comments from other trustees? Trustee Jerome.
Well, I just want to say that I do respect all the opinions and concerns presented by the trustees and the public. I do want to be very careful to say that I do not think it's appropriate to assume prejudice or bias for anyone that's been nominated to the committee. They all have offered services in good faith. I actually, although I hear everyone, I do believe the years of service in the township are actually an asset in this instance, and that the individuals are fully versed in the daily requirements of all the township offices and can provide insights that somebody from the outside is just not aware of. I'm also mindful of the time that's available to perform these services at year end. And I think that the township had a clear channel for many, many months for an opportunity for nominations to the Compensation Commission, and didn't receive the interest until there were other issues that were raised. And so I am in support of the nomination of the commission as presented currently this evening.
Are there other comments, other trustees?
I would like to make a comment to address some of the thoughts that Clerk Flintoff mentioned. First of all, let me clarify. I think maybe 4 times in the many years I've worked with people here have the board's compensation even been considered and raises happened 4 times in what? I don't know how many years, long time. So don't make it sound like we frequently raised our wages. We've never done it. No one's ever worked here for money. They worked here to give back to their community. So I'd like people to remember that, please. Now, a commission, we did have a committee when we would address this rather than a commission. There are some things with the commission that could make the whole process even more difficult. But We've chosen to go this route, and we will do what we have to do. Now, regarding the list of nominees, I may have misunderstood, but originally, of the original list, there were just two. The two were qualified.
I'm just throwing that out.
And then there were more that came out later, and I thought I understood they came in later. I'm just asking that question.
First candidate.
I'm sorry, please mute yourself. I just want to say, I'm having trouble when people suddenly start talking, it's not apparent on the list here. Michelle Cody.
Violence.
Okay, there you go. Excuse me, Donna, go on. That's okay, I was trying to get a clarification on that.
Please go ahead.
Well, on the list, the original list that started this search process, there were just a couple that qualified. So then my understanding, that's when perhaps our Supervisor Hathaway started to contact people. And then there was another list presented just a week or 10 days ago. And they were highlighted like new people who had expressed an interest. I may have misunderstood, but that was my thought as it was presented. So I don't think we can say people, sorry, we don't want your help anymore. I think we need to move forward and do what the purpose is.
Trustee Vogel.
You know, listening to this, it occurs to me we have a nice problem of too many really qualified candidates. And I also want to notice that the first two terms are only 1 year and then 2 years. So in my mind, we've got some great candidates ready for the succession planning that will need to kick in 1 year and 2 years and 3 years. So it seems like we're in a position of strength. And again, I will offer the observation that a really core strength, characteristic of this community in Scio is how many folks step forward. Look at our boards and commissions, and this is another example. And we are very fortunate to have so many really qualified candidates. We are set up for some great rotations over time on this new compensation commission.
Are there members of the public who would like to comment?
Actually, one more comment.
Oh, you'd like another comment? Go ahead.
I want to, I don't know how many other compensation commissions you've all kind of looked at. But I will say, you know, just as a reminder, and I know we've been talking about this since May, there's 3 ways to set compensation in a township. And it really is all about the electorate and the voice of the electorate and how that voice determines our compensation. So the most old-fashioned, most direct democratic model is the annual township meeting, where the electorate literally has one meeting and votes on a bunch of things, including the official salary directly. The second most direct is what we're trying to do here. A compensation commission that represents the electorate and makes a determination. The third option, which we used to do, is a board resolution, but you know that that board resolution is subject to referendum. That if a certain number of voters appeal any salary resolution, they can put it to the ballot. So I share that because the whole purpose of this is how to get the electorate there. And I lament that our supervisor, hasn't, shifted and is digging in his heels, it seems a bit, on these. I wish we would have a unanimous vote for people we don't know. That's who I'd like to be on the Compensation Commission, are people I don't know. That's all.
Are there members of the public who would like to comment before we call the roll?
We have some Zoom hands. First up is Pat Stein, followed by Jonathan Greenberg. Pat?
Good evening, Pat Stein in Scio Township, Washtenaw County. I welcome this opportunity to speak because Clerk Flintoff touched on the word trust. And I'll tell you, trust is absent in this case, mainly because recent FOIA result was an email from Jane Vogel the day before Supervisor Hathaway voted to double his own salary. And in that email, she reached out to former Supervisor Jack Doles, asking him to find some people to make the commission, and these are her quotation marks, quote, well balanced. And then that same day, she reached out to Erwin Martin, who was not the least bit interested. But here we are. He's assigned 5 years to serve on this commission. So yes, there's a lot of mistrust and a lot of concern that things are being done unethically. So put that in your thought process, and please don't vote to allow these commissioners to serve because they are not the right fit. We need to have a more diverse commission, and there's no diversity in this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Next up is Jonathan Greenberg, followed by Pam Boyd. Jonathan?
Hi, thank you, Clerk Flintoff, for your continued professional behavior, outstripping both your colleagues and the general public, such as myself. I don't know how you continue to sit there and act professional when the spoiled kids are acting up at the lunch table. It's just embarrassing, and I tip my hat to you and your professionalism. I wanted to talk from a professional sense, from an experience. When I build companies and when I hire people, I generally look for the biggest and best crowd available. You don't do best by surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals who tell you what you want to hear. And of course, it's nice because then they back you, but still, it's not a way of building something moving forward. It's a way of hanging on to the past. And as we've seen from the FOIA emails, you know, Jack Knowles is still pulling the strings, and, you know, Will is his puppet, excuse me. He is the puppeteer. And it really is upsetting to see our compensation committee being stockpiled with the likes of Erwin, who shows up at recall hearings, and man, you know, I if he could stick his nose any further up Will, it would be a surprise. But his comment. Excuse me, I'm speaking. I don't know. You're interrupting me now. Here, well, Erwin sat there and sung your praises in a most undeserved and disgusting way, and then made criticisms of all of your perceived enemies. It was a disgusting display. Many of us witnessed it. It's not something that you can't watch online. But folks like that being put on for 5 years, we know it's your friends. You're doing what's best for you and them. But that's not what the people want. And we'd really like you to reconsider. We know we won't, what you won't, but we would really like you to consider this like the GFL debacle, like every other debacle that you and your pals have been a part of in this township. It's just embarrassing for all of us. And it's not appropriate behavior, behaving like spoiled rich kids who have the keys to the car. You need to be more responsible, transparent, and accountable for your actions. We're just not seeing that. I'd keep talking to make you cut me off, but I'll be nice and give my rest of my. I'm just thoroughly disgusted with you, Will.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next up is Pam Boyd, followed by Paula G. Pam?
Hi, Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. This summer, a request for volunteers for the compensation committee or commission was posted in various locations in the township. More recently, additional volunteers have come forward. Were all applicants who applied contacted by email or phone and vetted? If not, why? Did members of this bot discuss each of those applicants? If not, why? Many on this bot ran their elections saying they want to involve more people in our government by recruiting diverse appointees. Your community gave you diverse member applications this year. Why are you so determined to choose those from the old guard? Do you owe them favors? Those bot members who receive the largest salary should recuse themselves from the decision of who staffs this commission. That would include the supervisor, the clerk, and the treasurer from voting on who staffs this commission, compensation committee. It crosses an ethical line. They have the largest salaries and the most to gain by stacking the deck. From Fahey Schultz, and I can't pronounce that name, RhoadesLaw.com, a 1975 Attorney General opinion explains that a conflict of interest arises when the personal interest of a public official places him in a position where he cannot execute his public duties without affecting his private interests, thus denying the public the fair, impartial, and objective judgment to which it is entitled. Based on Jillian Carey's earlier statement, it sounds like previous supervisor Jack Knowles abstained in voting for his salary increase. Where are your ethics, Supervisor Hathaway? Do you think residents are stupid? Justice should be blind. You should not be involved with deciding who is in charge of your salary in any shape or fashion, period. Further, this commission should not be staffed by Scio residents who have been on a board or a committee in the past or are current members of a board or committee. This should also extend to their family members. It should also exclude close personal friends.
30 seconds.
In particular, of the supervisor, clerk, and treasurer. This may seem excessive, but your behavior in disregarding resident objections to choices for this committee is problematic. You should be stepping aside when a vote benefits you. Some on this bot continue to be tone deaf when it comes to making healthy and ethical decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next up is Paula G., followed by Rob Pattinson. Paula?
Yeah, I think Pam said what I was going to say is that anyone involved in setting a salary should not be choosing anybody on the commission. And I further want to say that the reading that Jack Knowles, and I don't have a big issue with Jack Knowles, but for him to be directing OHM and how to deceive this family member because of their trees for the bike path just kind of blew my mind. So right there says to me that Monica, his wife, should not be on this commission either. But all this will be used when the petition comes out to recall Jane Vogel, trustee, and yourself. And you could be doing such a great job because I don't think that you are a terrible person, but you have a tendency to really bully people and to be very focused and tunnel vision, that your view is the only view. And that's what I had to say.
Thank you, Paula. Next up is Rob Pattinson, followed by David Reed. Rob?
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. As I've said before, I believe the Compensation Commission nominations as they stand are a mistake. The policy of excluding the family members of those serving the township is a rational one. Continuing to nominate the wife of the previous supervisor is counter to that policy. Former Supervisor Knowles continues to serve as a member of the TAP committee, and it has been documented to you previously. In today's agenda, I learned that one of the volunteers for the Compensation Commission is Frodo Masivag. I was very lucky to learn a lot about honor and integrity from Mr. Masivag while he was a scout leader of Troop 123 for many years. He has been in the township for at least 45 years and had a long, successful career as an engineer and executive in the automotive industry. In a committee where honor and integrity and independence should be a foundation quality of its members, Mr. Masivag is supremely qualified. Please nominate him to the Compensation Commission. We will all benefit from his participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Next up is David Reed, followed by Jillian Carey. David?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. David Reed, Scio Township. I just want to echo the comments of the previous residents regarding this issue. And I want to thank Trustee Knoll for her comments. She said it much better than I could and much calmer than I could. But you must admit that the optics of this group is less than optimal. And this is a time when this board needs to be absolutely pure as snow in the things they do. And this is this does not qualify in that category. I think including a family member of an agent of the township will violate your very own ordinance and could possibly open the township up to another civil action. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Jillian Carey, followed by, that's the last one, I'm sorry. Next up is Jillian Carey.
Good evening, again. Stating that there hasn't been any other applicants until just recently after Clerk Flintoff had posted on Nextdoor. I did check, by the way, Clerk. August 2nd was the date that you originally posted. And you did, and the township did receive an applicant July 1st, 2021. Hello, Mr. Hathaway. I was reading the Township of Scio Community Summer Report the other day and noticed that the township is looking to create a compensation commission. And it goes on. I'm a long-term resident of the township. And he's also a business executive who manages a small robotics in Whitmore Lake. And there was, it looks like he attached a resume. I don't understand how this could be dismissed as nobody has applied. Also, Diane Benson did apply, but the excuse of the state imposed blah, 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 he disqualified her. That can't be true because other townships, they have compensation committees, have people that work at U of M on their committee. So this is just a way of pushing people aside. One other thing, this brings up ethics ordinance. And the previous board, I remember sitting in a meeting and Clerk Jessica and Trustee Martin at the time were talking about ethics, and supposedly Erwin Martin taught ethics at EMU. And he said, even if there is an appearance of a conflict of interest, even if it's not a conflict of interest, but the appearance, it should disqualify. And Clerk Jessica, who is being accused of all kinds of things, as being evil, as trying to take over the township and blah, blah, blah. She's the one that has been pushing for ethics ordinance. So I know this has been brought up for this during this board as well. So I don't understand why that is being pushed aside. And then everything is pushed through that you want against what the township wants. And I'm not saying we want it. We want what's transparent, what's ethical, that has integrity. We want to make sure our tax money is going to what is proper. This is amazing. Attorneys that view the videos cannot believe what they're seeing. They're flabbergasted. But, you know, run with scissors and we'll see where our township ends up. And by the way, Supervisor Hathaway, if you think that you're not being played, you should read some of these emails. Jack Knowles instructed Trustee Vogel not to allow you to talk during a meeting that you were going to attend with her. FOIA is a beautiful thing.
Thank you, Jillian. I see no more hands. Will?
In that case, please call the roll.
I'd ask that we split the question into 5.
It's a motion, it's been made and seconded.
And I'd ask that we split the motion on the table into 5 motions.
That is not a friendly amendment.
It's not a request for an amendment. It's not an amendment. It is a request to split the question into 5. We don't have rules of order, but it is typical that that kind of thing is granted. We can ask who we decided we would designate as our parliamentarian, our township attorney who is here, if you would like more information about it. But it's a procedural thing that typically is considered.
Well, I'm not considering it. I'm the moderator and I'm not considering it. It is not something that we've ever done. Well, it's not something that we've ever done in my time on this board. And, you know, I understand that you're trying to be creative in terms of coming up with rules out of order, out of thin air, but we're not splitting this motion.
I also want to just say to Donna's point before, Donna, there were varying numbers of applicants at different times. Diane had some, found out some were not eligible, found more.
I understood that.
Yeah. It was varying numbers, so it went up and down and up and down.
It was the last list, though, that was presented. I misunderstood. That's why I wanted to ask the question and clarify.
Yeah, but there are 5 people who are not affiliated with the township, and I asked that the question be split because I think it, you know, at least we could have some potentially unanimous votes on some of these. So it's just unfortunate.
Can I make a comment? Can I speak for a minute?
Sure.
Is there any way we can meet the obligation we have to do to establish this commission?
Mm-hmm.
Can we step back and think about the list? None of these people would be inappropriate or bad to be on this commission. They're all of high integrity. And they would not play the old boy game. I hate that term and it's used a lot, but I just don't like it. I'd like to get this done. I'd like to have a good representation of the township, people who have that qualified. But, you know, this whole thing, it's almost getting ridiculous. And I hate to say that because I am part of this board. I'm trying to work as a team. But do we need to step back? And I hate to delay it till another meeting, but, because we're running out of time with the criteria. But I'm not sure we should do any vote tonight.
Well, I would like to speak because I haven't really addressed this yet, other than my introduction. I'll call on you in just a moment, Trustee Nolan. You can have another chance to speak.
Okay, we have public who have raised their hands too.
Members of the public in addition?
I see some.
Well,
I'm sorry, I had missed that. It's somebody who hadn't spoken before.
all right, well, why don't we have a member of the public so we can exhaust that, and then we'll turn back to the members of the Board of Trustees before we call the roll.
Michelle Cody?
Yes, this is Michelle Cody, Stein Road and Scio Township resident. I'm laughing at okay, let's have another public person before we go ahead and bulldoze this through. I really support the community diversity, and I'd like new people with transparency and integrity and zeal to serve on the Compensation Commission Board. It's been the same old. It's time for change instead of others carrying on an old agenda. And it does seem like collusion to the general public with the same old Confederacy. There is trust that's lacking in the electorate. That's quite evident, and it's been ongoing. So let in some new voices and not the spouse of somebody. That seems absurd. Vote no on this commission. It's stacked in one direction. I support the other prior speakers. I'm in agreement with them. They were very, very well spoken. And as a retired teacher who's had many diverse classrooms, those are the best, with energy, new ideas, good, useful discussions. And yes, they have intelligence. Just because they haven't done XYZ before doesn't mean they don't bring something to the table that's valuable. I also thank Clerk Flintoff, Trustee Knoll, and actually Donna Palmer. I thank you too for speaking up and saying, let's reevaluate here. Speaking truth to power should be integral to a democracy. And let's have a democracy. Let's have multitudes of voices, not the same old people running their same old agendas and stacking the deck. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. No more public comment.
Okay. Trustee Noel, you did have your hand up first. Why don't you go first?
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to reiterate some of what I said previously. We need to have a diverse group of Scio residents on this commission. Everyone you've nominated, yes, is appropriate in terms of qualifications, but that's not the point. We need diversity on the group, in the group. I would support Donna's suggestion to, and after the vote, I'm assuming she will vote no, and I will be voting no. But I would support going back to the drawing board and reevaluating the group of applicants that we have and trying to draw in some new blood, not the same old people. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I find it sort of difficult to sort of wrap my mind around the idea that the wife of somebody is just an extension of the husband. That seems to be sort of kind of a backward kind of way of thinking about things. I don't know Monica well. I've met her a couple of times, but she's a very independent person. She's not just, an extension of her husband. And to sort of imply that that's sort of to assume that, I think, is so, I don't know. It's backward thinking, I think, and
It's just what the law is, though.
It is not what the law is. We've had the township attorney look at this situation. It is not what the law is. I know people are trying to imply that somehow, there's some kind of employment arrangement or appointed relationship of, Jack Knowles on township government. And there is not. The township attorney has reviewed this, and that is just, there's no substance to that argument. And the others who are appointed are not currently serving on Scio Township government. They are not working for government entities. They are eligible to serve, and their past experience actually makes them perfectly qualified to do this work on this commission. Now, we face a certain situation here. We have a deadline, and I think we must take action tonight if we're going to have a compensation commission. Now, the law requires that these people be voted in with a majority of those elected to this board. So that means that they need to have 4 votes in order to be approved. And if it's a tie, if, for example, it's a 3-3 vote, then the nominations would fail. So we really need to move forward with this. I hope, I sense that there will be 2 no votes. I hope that there will be 4 yes votes so that we can appoint this compensation commission and that we can move on with the agenda. So with that, I would like to call the roll.
I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment. Because the other applicants, this would not delay the vote to modify the motion here. Julie Beer, Jonathan Greenberg, and Froda Masevag have been vetted, and they are verified, they are interested, they applied, they are eligible and ready to serve.
Well, that's great. They're not nominated, and I do not see this as a friendly amendment. And now everyone has had multiple times to talk. We've heard from the public. Please call the roll.
Legal question for our attorney. Is it required that our supervisor make the nomination here? Or recommendation, whatever the
statute and the ordinance both say, excuse me while I get it open.
Thank you, Jim.
I couldn't hear what he said.
He's finding an answer. I want to know for sure that only Will can make a motion on this.
The commission shall consist of 5 members who are registered electors of the township, appointed by the supervisor, subject to confirmation by a majority of the members elected and serving on the township board.
So how does that translate to this moment, Jim? Where
Supervisor puts forth the names and the board approves them by a vote of 4 or not.
and if it's the not, then we would see what happens next.
Then you'd have to wait for more nominations from the supervisor.
Right, we can see if that happens.
The compensation commission, according to the statute and the ordinance, meets in odd numbered years only.
Jim, I understand that. I just meant like what would happen next in the next few minutes. If the motion were to go down, if the supervisor might suggest additional nominations. So, okay, that was my question. So your motion is the motto motion, Will?
Correct. So, I made the motion, supported by Treasurer Palmer.
Does your support stand?
I really would like to table this until next meeting, no further. That would still give this committee time to do the job, whoever the committee is. And then, well, I'm sorry. I'm tired of dealing with this kind of stuff. I've never been involved in this kind of board action. I want it to stop. And I'd like to start it right now with this. Table it. We will deal with it. It'll be first item on the agenda next meeting. And the three of us are going to sit down and do some talking. We have that right, and we need to do that as officers of this township.
All right, there's a motion to table. I think that supersedes the prior motion. Is that correct?
If it's seconded.
If it's seconded, I see
I'll
hands.
support.
So there's a motion to table by Palmer, support by Knoll. And that's non-debatable, so please call the roll.
If I could clarify though, motion to table to the next meeting,
Yes.
first item on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hathaway,
No.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Jerome? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Motion tabled to the next meeting. It'll be the first item on the agenda after adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you, Donna.
Start.
Okay.
That brings us to H2. This is authorization of the budget director position. This is the first of 4 items that represent a realignment of staff to provide support for each of the 3 officers' statutory authority. It is important in some aspects required in others that each of the 3, supervisor, treasurer, and clerk, have the support that they need to carry out their statutory duties. These 4 actions will create that responsible, respectful staffing structure. When any prior conversation about this rearrangement has occurred, the clerk has objected and made claims about erosion of her authority. These proposals and job descriptions have been reviewed by the township attorney. He has been understandably reluctant to be drawn into this disagreement. However, he did agree that there is nothing inherently wrong with the structure, and there is nothing in these job descriptions that transgresses on the legal authority of the clerk. Likewise, the township's auditor has said that there is no flaw from his point of view. The county treasurer has likewise reviewed this and approved. If the clerk needs more resources in addition to the finance manager, that remains to be seen. She did just receive approval for close to $18,000 in additional consulting support. Therefore, I move to authorize the position of budget director as defined
Discussion.
in the attached
Discussion.
job description. Is there support?
Point of order,
Is there
discussion.
support?
But doesn't discussion as a point of order
Yeah.
come after the motion and the second, and then it's
No, not
discussion?
necessarily. If the discussion happens after the motion, then the discussion may be only on this particular motion. It cannot be on the topic.
Is there support?
Donna, so there may be discussion on the item, the authorization of budget director position. If discussion happened right now, it would be on this item. If you second this right now, then the discussion we may have may only be on the model motion to authorize the position of budget director as defined in the attached job description.
But isn't that what we're doing?
It is what we're doing.
Well, we don't know yet because we deliberate in public and we haven't yet done that.
We will deliberate on this agenda
So,
item if there is support for it.
Before
I will
say-
support.
All right, so it's been moved and supported. Now, is there discussion on the motion?
You hear how he just called the motion? That's the difference, Donna, procedurally.
We can discuss the motion and the activity or the business it is trying to accomplish. So let's discuss. You're on board.
Me first?
Would you like to speak first?
I can speak whenever. Happy to. So I want to say this is the first time we've talked about this at the board table. I appreciate Sandy Egler, our finance director, is here in person. Our Rebecca Maudie, our finance manager, is here on Zoom. Both report to me, the clerk, statutorily until I was appointed in June 2019. Other clerks delegated their statutory authority and allowed those functions to be overseen by the manager. I do not consent to that. I will not consent to that. We've been making great strides and improvements, and I expect that we will continue to. I fully support, as we all did, at the August 10th meeting, we voted unanimously to approve and amend the budget to actually set aside resources for a full-time deputy treasurer for Treasurer Palmer. And Donna, we've talked for a long time since the spring about trying to augment capacity to go from 2 to 3. 2 to 3 FTE. Operationally, that's at minimum what we need to do here. Sandy is tremendously talented, has faithfully served the township since 1991 as our finance director, and Donna has announced her intent to appoint Sandy to the deputy treasurer position. And I know that together, both of them are going to do great things for the treasurer's office. I've introduced, shared the resolution. Will did not want to include it in the meeting packet, so we need to talk about how to make sure all information gets shared. But I would say that as an alternative to the motion, and as an alternative to this cumbersome, misguided plan that I think is fraught with operational challenges and creates conflicts in the statute and reduces our checks and balances here in the township. I think it would make the township weaker. The table with 3 columns is not accurate. No matter how many times you hand it out and say it's a new model, it's not accurate. I instead would suggest, instead of I1, 2, and 3, I'm sorry, H2, 3, and 4, that we could achieve all of what we're trying to do here to expand our capacity, to honor and appreciate Sandy's years of service and utilizing her talents fully, and to make sure that the treasurer gets the support she needs through the resolution. We know that Donna's responsibilities have grown. We know that Sandy deserves to keep her salary, benefits, seniority, and I would say the difference is that if Sandy were to be appointed treasurer, that she would vacate the position of finance director. The duties and responsibilities would not transfer over to that of the deputy treasurer. The duties that are statutorily under the clerk don't suddenly shift over to Will or Donna. There's no checks and balances there. That Sandy would maintain her seniority and benefits. And there's been talk that Sandy might even have extra time and talents to give besides doing everything that needs to be done in the treasurer's office. Well, if that's the case, last clause, be it further resolved, with the approval of the treasurer, additional duties may be assigned by other officers, such as by the supervisor as designated by the board, to be responsible for capital planning and drafting up the budget presentation and preparation. We've never had a position of budget director. It's always been handled by finance. We've never assigned budget to the supervisor. So we now have supervisor, or not never, but this recent supervisor, it's formally assigned. It's been talked about, adding part of this to the township administrator, to the budget director, now to this assistant. And so we're moving resources toward an area, it'll become bloated. I would say that the proposed resolution solves the problem without creating more problems. I would object under MCL 41.75A to particular provisions in the budget director position. And I'll remind you of that the township board may employ a township manager or other employees as are necessary. They serve at the pleasure of the township board, as I believe this budget director would, and shall perform duties lawfully directed by the township board, except those duties that are delegated by law to another township official unless consent has been granted. So in case you wondered why I said I do not consent about 10 times at the August 17th meeting, and why I'm afraid I'm going to have to say it a lot more tonight, it's because of that. It's because so much of what's rolled up in the word budget, and with the starvation of the finance function saying that everything in that left column is finance and it's all rolled up, it's not. There's not enough help. The whole point of this was to go from 2 to 3, not to go from 2 to 2.
Other members of the Board of Trustees? Trustee Noel and then Trustee Jerome.
I'd like to hear from Donna a little bit on how this proposed position would interface with the clerk.
With the clerk?
The clerk?
Clerk or supervisor.
This is just the budget director position. So
I can give you information which may answer your question, Kathy. Trustee Noel, you're Kathy. I've known you a long time.
Kathy, call me Kathy.
I'm going to. When we realized, when our assessor retired, and then something Mr. Murdy always did, establishing the tax roll, that was moved into my office by statute. So that's my job. But that meant that I did have to have help. And in discussion, talking with Sandy, she knows this already because she worked closely with Jim, the assessor, in the balancing, the reconciliation at the end of the year for the budget process, not just the tax process. So I thought, okay, I don't need, at this point, it doesn't appear that I need someone 40 hours a week doing that job, because my job is statutorily date-driven as far as the collection, the receiving of the monies coming in. It's all driven by calendar dates, and then we have times where there's hardly anything to do. So the suggestion was maybe she would also do the budget. She knows the law when it comes to budget. And right now, with all of the needs that the township has, and no one will deny that, that would be an area that continues to be there and available for us as a board for the things we have to do and be aware of. That's how this all came about. Coming up with a title. And sometimes titles get in the way, but that's where we talked about, like, a budget director. She could do that because she knows that job. She could be my full-time deputy, which isn't going to be 40 hours a week at this point. All of this is new. It is going to change. there isn't any doubt in my mind. But that's how this came about.
Donna, if I can ask a clarifying question, because what you just described is everything that's in the resolution here. Where I get tripped up about this proposal that keeps getting recycled is the creation of all these positions. And I don't like to see that bloating of positions when there's really so little. There's not enough in the budget director job description or the accounting assistant job description to justify the jobs. I do think, you know, with your approval, I mean, just formally, because Donna would be the treasurer and Sandy would be serving as your deputy if you so chose, why wouldn't, you know, additional duties may be assigned by other officers, that could be the board as a whole or any one of us three, as designated by the board to be responsible, and I give the example of such as by the supervisor, as designated by the board to be responsible for capital planning, draft budget preparation and presentation. If the title's important, we could definitely work in something about that, a budget director title, whatever it is, but that's different to me, Donna. It's the creation of a position and a budget. Once a position's created, even if half-time, even at no cost, there becomes a precedent of always having that position. I think if we're trying to utilize a talented person, we do that with additional responsibilities assigned, working job title, things like that. But the position, because very quickly, you keep saying things will change soon, things will change soon.
I didn't say soon, I say they will change because it's a new era. We know that as it evolves, as we try something, it may not work. We'll have to do a new process.
Before we go on here, Trustee Jerome, I think, was the next person to be speaking.
See if my video will work. So first and foremost, thank you. Actually, one of my questions was to Donna, but you know, I do want to take a, you know, I acknowledge that we've spent a lot of time discussing this, both at the township offices, in budget and finance, in front of the trustees many times before. You know, Jessica, you and our Clerk Flintoff, and Diane Benson, we've met with many times. I will say that, you know, we're all trying to feel and figure out what the organizational structure that's going to be best to address the township administration and finances. I also know that we're always going to have different approaches to that same question, and that's what makes it so difficult. You know, my understanding with the structure proposed is it's meant to address financial needs in conjunction with supporting staff. And I understand that, you know, although Woodhill has provided some much needed assistance in the short term, I don't necessarily consider them a long-term solution to the problem, because the cost of that consultancy is far greater than a salaried position. Now, that being said,
but okay.
That being said, well, we've only used them short term. We spent a considerable sum and continue to spend a considerable sum with them. I also know that this will not solve all the issues that are in front of Scio Township finances and budget, but there will be the opportunity to hopefully address some of the issues that have been presented in the audit and other areas. There will be a learning curve that will require the support of new staff and also of existing staff. You know, I'm hopeful that the inclusion of this township administrator, the project manager, the HR generalist, and these positions are all in unison. And on our parts, we're going to need to be gracious and respectful as we welcome them to the township and help them integrate into the process. That is a learning curve, however. There is no definitive path for that. I do like the fact that some of this creates a little bit more of a checks and balance. We had some issues that were related to the audit that were pretty, you know, I'm still understanding what the implications of those are, but when we have reporting issues with The
Treasurer's office.
Well, we also had it with budgetary information and a shortfall on the land preservation and a shortfall on the parks and recreation and a shortfall on
That was
and
not,
OPEB.
and we have a $1.5 million shortfall in the fire fund next year because we haven't approved this budget amendment, but keep going.
And OPEB. So I don't think anyone is without some concerns and some fault with regards to their activity. And I don't mean fault, I mean, but things that can be improved. And I think that this potentially has the opportunity to help improve some of those processes.
Trustee Vogel, we haven't heard from you. Do you have a comment?
I get this back on. Just a minute. I am aware of lots of conflict. Employees having very difficult time reporting and reporting relationships and that's been an awareness I've held for a long time. I do not have confidence in the financial knowledge in the township leadership right now. I think there is an opportunity to strengthen checks and balances that really, that ought to touched on in lots of ways. And I think what Treasurer Palmer is saying makes sense, that we have to, I think we ought to approve this tonight, and then we're going to have to come together to make it work. Would it be possible to tank this? Yep. I appreciate what Donna Palmer said. The three of you, man, you guys need to talk, because we got to get on the same, the three of you got to get on the same page. And this persistent conflict is not serving anybody. And I am not confident about how things are run right now with finance. And I think this proposal is a more robust way to ensure checks and balances. But it would take everyone committed to making it work. And an ability to suppress personal point of view and commit to making what the outcome of this vote would be to make that work.
Thank you. Yeah, I see other hands raised by people who've already had turns to speak. What I would propose is that we open it up for public comments, and then before we call the roll, then if people want to have one more comment, they may.
Will, I don't think it's appropriate to limit it to one round on something of such
You've had
significance.
two long
Three,
statements
4,
already.
5. I am the clerk of this township, and you all are about to take an action which will starve the staff of this township from being able to do their job. Jane, emotionally, I'm with you. But that is not the reality of what's happening here. These 3 columns are not checks and balances. The checks and balances are between the board, the treasurer, and the clerk. There is not this exaggerated role for the supervisor. Things don't get better when you move the same processes and same understaffed team from 1 person to 2. I will come back and be filling the position of finance director. There will be no cost savings, and you all need to understand that. No cost savings. This is more expensive. And the danger of what's happening here, and I want to say this because it's baffling when I have a resolution that accomplishes the same objection, but still you want to create a position, budget director, a position of assistant. Well then, pretty soon those become 3 people, right? You've already had staff. All the staff input you've gotten, except for the one, maybe from one that I know of, has been in opposition, has been saying, why are you building up treasury or something the supervisor's gonna start doing with the budget when there's all these other areas? So we need to tell the truth. When you're talking about these little details, and this got cut down so much because Jim was trying to help Will make it less illegal. That's why so many things got cut out, because they're under the statutory responsibility of the clerk. So this budget, reporting, these words are being used as code. And I want to be very clear, Sandy, this is not you. This is not you. This is coming from my colleagues. On the job description, this establishes a position here. It doesn't just establish a title or duties for Sandy, which I would fully support. The duties of prepping the budget, of presenting the budget, of doing the capital planning with Will. I support that. Being a deputy treasurer, absolutely. But creating a new position, no. I want to be specific because there's so much on here that just reworks the organizational structure. So page 1 of the job description, the general direction of the supervisor and specific direction of the township administrator. What are we talking about? Can anybody even draw that org chart? Specifically, under MCL, and I say this for the record, because with this, no, we will be considering either temporary, short-term, permanent, but a highly skilled senior finance position that we need in this township to partner as a colleague with our finance manager to really take finances, accounts payable, grants, everything additional that's been added to the clerk's office. Under MCL 41.75A specifically, I object to the following points in the proposed budget director position. That it supervises an accounting assistant, that its definition includes accounting functions, that it coordinates the annual audit process, serving as the point of contact with the auditor and playing the lead in assembling the materials from the various sources within the township departments, attended to filing deadlines. And on the audit process, if we had our records kept up to date, modernizing our processes, getting off paper, getting redundancy so that we have more than one person who can do everything, our audit should not take so long. We get a list of records in March. We should be done by June. It is not a half-year process. There will be no job. I will delegate nothing. I will delegate nothing to a budget director under the direction of the supervisor. That's it.
I'd like to call on the public at this time, if there are members of the public who would like to speak. I see none in the hall coming forward.
2 Zoom hands. First up, Pam Boyd, followed by Maureen Richards. Pam?
And could people please refrain from using the chat for making comments?
Thank you.
Pam
Boyd?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Recall aside, I'm looking forward to voting in the 2024 election. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next up, Maureen Richards, followed by Michelle Cody.
Yes, thank you. I attended the recall language meeting from the Washtenaw County Election Commission, and there was a 10-minute dialogue from Jack Knowles, and what he essentially said was he was able to run the supervisor position as a half-time position with a full-time manager. That was the meat of what he said. When there was no manager, then he took on full-time responsibility. So as a taxpayer, I'm getting pretty appalled that the previous supervisor could do part-time with a full-time manager. Now we have a full-time supervisor, a full-time administrator, a full-time project manager, a full-time budget director. I am getting tired of my tax dollars being wasted like this. And also trustees, especially Trustee Vogel. You cannot say that the issues are with those three officers. You vote on all this stuff. You are part of the problem. And I'm not singling you out. I will say that to the other trustees that vote in concert to waste my tax dollars. I think this stuff is all going to be taken away when the recall comes in May, and we're going to trash all this stuff because you folks won't be around any longer. But taxpayers, we're getting mighty upset. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Michelle Cody, followed by Paula G.
Hello, I thank you, Clerk Flintoff, for your information and your hard work at really bringing to everyone's attention the actual reality check that is needed. I'm very, very grateful to your vigilance and due diligence to cite chapter and verse that's necessary. And as a public, a constituent, I'm grateful for that you're able to elucidate things that could become quite complex, but you put it in a very succinct manner. Thank you. And in regard to the issue at hand, I do support the prior speaker's comments. I am very appalled at all the different situations that have arisen that seem to be the will of one direction and one direction only. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Paula G.
Yeah, I want to thank Donna Palmer, and I actually want to apologize to her because I felt that she, many times over the years, just went ahead and agreed with whatever the motion was. And I am watching her become a woman who's speaking her mind. She knows her job. She knows what needs to happen. I also agree with her that as time goes on, things will evolve. Everything changes. And I'm not versed in all the checks and balances, but I am firm on the fact that people should not be nominating people for their own salary. And I appreciate her tabling this for further discussion amongst, not in public, so that you can resolve it. And I go way back to Mr. Tickle and Gelman and went to many meetings in person on different issues. And I even think that Supervisor Hathaway, if he didn't want to be such an autocracy here, that the group could come together and accomplish so many successful things for Scio and bring us into get rid of the paper redundancy, electronics. But the checks and balances are, to me, I'm very much into the Constitution. They were built into our federal Constitution, the founding fathers, and saw the importance of not having one individual and a cadre of people just supporting it. But I appreciate Trustee and Treasurer Palmer for, it took courage to do what she did tonight, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Rob Pattinson, followed by Pat Stein.
Thank you. Rob Pattinson, Scio Township. All of the discussions until now have been about strengthening the treasurer's department. And it always seemed to be that the discussion was about adding strength to that department. Moving one person from one position within the township to another may strengthen the treasurer's department, but it hamstrings the finance department. And it seems to me it's an irrational business and government decision to hamstring one department or strengthen one department at the cost of hamstringing another. And all three of you have put Sandy Egler in an untenable position. And all three of you owe her a sincere apology for putting her in this position as you quibble over these details. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Next up is Pat Stein. Pat?
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to point out that Kathy Knoll had her hand raised when Supervisor Hathaway moved on to public comments. Is he going to get back to debate and discussion by the actual board? Or are we going to just continue with public comments and leave the board discussion out? Just a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. I see no other hands from the public. Oh, sorry, there's one more. Alice Owings. Alice?
Hi there. I think it's actually perfect timing that we had the audit report tonight and having the discussion on the structure of the accounting team because they're so interrelated. I remember there was a lot of pressure not to file an extension of time for the audit. There were, claims the ARPA funds were in danger and other concerns, but I think it's clear now that having Sandy process the audit, finish it was the right choice. Because what Sandy helped highlight when she got back to work is the issue involving deficits and the big deficit in particular in Parks and Pathways Fund. I think without Sandy's guidance, it could have been missed. And instead it's reflected in the audit and was self-reported. But it sounds like, I guess the clerk is suggesting it's kind of no big deal. It could have been discretionary. The $40,000 footnote, 40,000 deficit is just a footnote, but I disagree. The GASB notes on major funds specifically mention accountability because millages like Parks and Pathways have large dollars amounts that flow in and out. 184,000 in just 3 months. And so why would that matter tonight? Because I've heard repeatedly this year how the new budget process is so much more transparent. Doing budget amendments all the time, all year long was just described tonight as quote unquote, keeping us more current. But the reality is Scio's current budget has way less detail than in the past. And in the March 23rd board packet, I wrote a memo and a spreadsheet detailing the problems I saw, which was the budget missing a long list of critical items. It's more apparent now than ever that the budget you passed was incomplete. Perhaps that explains why the clerk is so convinced the budget director job is not very many hours. Perhaps because that's how Woodhill arrived at our current budget. But in the past, the budget process basically starts now and goes until March. It's highly detailed. And tonight's audit results give me no confidence in the new technique of budgeting and doing amendments. Instead, we have more issues reported this year than in the entire prior 28 years of Sandy's tenure at the township. I'd like to tie this all together by saying, I think the whole point of having a budget is knowing how much money the township is going to spend each year. I'm surprised that a $787,000 amendment for the firehouse that I thought was approved by the last board, shouldn't that have been included in the budget? I guess I'm just confused about, what budgets are now if something of that magnitude isn't included. And
30 seconds.
I also want to say, as I've said before, having an outside consultant corporatizing our local government is just not good. We need to have our own long-term, nonpartisan civil servants that provide us with continuity and institutional memory. So I'd like to thank Sandy for her hard work, coming back from major surgery, bringing her 30 years of experience to help us out at the township. And I hope we create a new structure so she can best help us. Thank you.
Oh, well, we have another public comment.
Yes. A lot is being said by the public, by members of the board. Many of them are just not fully informed in how they don't have all the information. I was made when I was first hired in here, I was the second accountant that Scio Township had ever hired. I literally created these books. A couple years later, I was made the budget director and the HR person for circumstances that occurred at that point in time. And I did it for 28 years flawlessly. Then we got a new clerk, and she started pushing her own agenda. And at first, I couldn't have been happier, because for the first time in 28 years, somebody was paying attention to what I did for a living. And I thought we would work together to have meaningful improvements to the system. Unfortunately, that never happened, as the clerk on numerous occasions in public has said how ill-trained the finance department is, how we don't know what we're doing and we're not modern. And over the course of the last 2 years, she has systematically removed me from working on various aspects of my position to farm them out to other people. The result of that has been 2 years in a row of audit extensions and 2 years in a row of having reportable items. The budget that supposedly was created by all these experts is so lacking that there's been so many amendments to it. A good budget predicts what you're going to do. It's not created to then just be amended 2 minutes later. You should predict what you're going to be doing for that year. And that's not what Scio Township has done in the last budget cycle. As a result, we had issues with the state. And even the clerk is going, well, if you don't pass this budget amendment tonight, they don't have a budget. Well, they don't have a budget because it got left out, because I wasn't allowed to participate. So for all of this discussion and people weighing in that really don't know what has been occurring, it is disturbing to me. And the fact is, doing what I had proposed, this is really a plan that I came up with because I was so unhappy with my current working situation, because I had zero support from the clerk. From the day she walked in this building, I've had zero support from her. So I am praying that you throw all of this banter aside and let's move forward and put things going in a better direction. I am the resident expert, people, on checks and balances and what the law requires us to do. It's what I have specialized in for over 30 years. This has all the checks and balances built in if everybody would work together and do things the right way instead of this constant fighting. I've never in my entire working career seen so much tension in this building. We used to have a good time. We used to be a team. We're not a team. When I was hired in here, I was told, I don't want to ever hear the following words come out of your mouth. It's not my job. And I told them as long as they don't make me clean the toilets, they'll never hear it. Unfortunately now, that's all anybody around here says. Not my job, I'm not doing it. The problem has got to be resolved. And for Jessica needs to start listening to the staff that have been here and have the expertise. And she doesn't do that. She says she's talked to all the staff. I know that's not true because I've talked to several members of the staff. She never talked to me about it. You're only getting partial information, and it's infuriating. So please, for the love of all that's holy and well in the world, can we please move forward? And if the clerk really wants things to work, it can. I'm not going anywhere. If you need help, I've offered it. It's not been accepted. And, all right, so please let's move forward. Do the right thing. If you don't want to make a position, I don't really care. That's for you guys to fight out. But I think it becomes imperative that we do that because of all of these other things that have occurred. There's no way around it. It has to happen. Or I don't know what. Scio Township finances are going to be in the toilet because whether anybody believes this or not, nobody's watching that budget because there's not a good budget to watch. The budget that was passed, as Alice said, it didn't even have workman's compensation in all of the new departments that was created. We got to get a better handle on this, and this is the way to do it. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Trustee Knoll has had her hand up, and then I wanted to go around and give everyone on the board one more turn, and then we'll call the roll. Trustee Knoll, and then Trustee Vogel.
Wow. So what I was going to say a while ago is not what I'm going to say now. I support trying to work things out here. So I had told Donna I supported her having Sandy as the deputy treasurer if that's what she wanted. Mm-hmm. And I believe it is still what she wants. I sense Sandy's emotional concern here, and I empathize. There was a time when I tried and I sat down, or I, by Zoom, participated in discussions with Sandy and Jessica to try to get them to work things out. My concern here with what's in front of us is that part of this potentially undermines the clerk. And I want to support Donna. I want to support Sandy. But I also want to support Jessica. So when I ask Donna questions about
what was being proposed here, she responded to me saying that the budget director would be assisting her. And I get that, but the resolution in the packet as it's written in the board supporting documentation talks about the budget director providing support to the supervisor. So I am concerned about that wording in terms of how it has the potential to be interpreted by various board members and potentially used against Jessica. So how we resolve these competing interests, I don't know. But I do know, as former clerk, that the financial areas under the clerk, the financial reporting, it has to be allowed to continue. We can't infringe on the clerk's responsibilities under the statute. And to the extent that this might do it, and I think there are sufficient questions that it could, I think the board needs to be very cautious. I don't think that some of the decisions that the majority of this board have made in the past are well thought out. And I think in this case, it would serve us well to be cautious. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about some of the job description items. I'm not saying I necessarily oppose all of them. I don't know at this time, but I am concerned, and I think it's premature tonight to vote on this package. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Jane was next, and then me.
Jane, are you ready?
I don't know, is this the fun part? I want to thank Sandy. Sandy, stepping up, speaking candidly, speaking honestly, took a lot of courage. And I want to recognize that. I also want to recognize the truth in everything you said. I have watched you get marginalized. I have watched the lack of support. I have watched the effort to do things in a new way that just completely isolated, marginalized you and others. I am in support of this proposal. I am confident in its robust reviews inside and outside of the township. I am aware of escalating concerns and a lack of confidence in how finances are currently managed in this township. What we call a budget is appalling, absolutely appalling. And we need to take steps, corrective steps, to get the finances in this township in order before we jeopardize a bond rating or we jeopardize an audit in more significant ways than this year and last year. What I appreciate about what Sandy said, few of us on the board might have a fuller set of insights, but this is complicated. And I am so grateful that she chose to have the courage and to speak up. And I want to support her completely.
Clerk Flintoff.
Sure. Sandy, thank you for speaking. I always encourage employees to speak their mind at board meetings through written comments. You've received many of them. Many staff have given up on speaking to this board. But Sandy, I know that your proposal is coming from a good place. Will and Donna and I talked back in late July, late June, about this idea of Donna wanting to appoint you deputy treasurer and add the budget responsibilities. I've been 100% on board doing the full salary seniority since day one. So I want to make that happen. That is why I have been circulating the resolution that does all of that in line with the law. When Will says, the attorney says it's okay, it's kind of a, is this not illegal? Sort of an endorsement. And what I'm saying is, this isn't about fixing Sandy's problem or Donna's problem. This is about creating a budget director position, an accounting position, an administrative position, and then we're going to move this finance function. And you all know better than to, I mean, this sort of frankly orchestrated nonsense of pulling in the budget with the audit and the findings and the confidence in finance. Well, Jane, I am the duly elected clerk of this township. I'm in charge of finance. There's nothing that's going to change that. The only thing that might change is that you all may take action tonight to waste township resources, putting extra resources and positions, though this one doesn't cost extra money today, it will in the future. I'm telling you, we can solve this problem through the resolution. Jane, we are each independently elected. I am responsible for finance. I am responsible for every ledger and journal, virtually, in this township. I will delegate nothing to a position that reports to the supervisor or treasurer when it comes to finance. You talk about checks and balances, it is between the board, the treasurer, and the clerk. This 3 columns might make our supervisor feel good, might be an easy way for people to organize their thoughts generally, but it overstates the workload of the work involved in budgeting and understates the work involved in finance. So regardless of what you do tonight, we have statutory problems, we have operational problems, and we have a financial problem, because I will move to fill the finance director position or some version of that just as soon as it's vacated. The responsibilities don't go with Sandy. I appreciate Sandy wants a bossectomy, but we don't move the duties with the person. The person moves to a new job. And this is fundamental. Never before. You say that it's well-researched. It's not. You reference the background as adopting the new model, a new way of doing things. It's illegal, it is inappropriate, and it's dangerous, and it's a waste of money. That's all.
Thank you. Please call the roll on the motion. The motion is to authorize the position of budget director as defined in the attached job description.
The motion was by Hathaway, supported by who?
By Vogel, I believe.
No, I'm sorry, Palmer, right? Oh, no, Vogel, that's right, excuse me. Palmer?
As this is presented, no.
Flintoft? No. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
No.
Vogel?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Motion fails 3-3. I'd like to introduce the resolution that I distributed An alternative to creating a new budget director position and a new accounting assistant position, and to set the salary of Sandra J. Egler if appointed to the position of deputy treasurer. Whereas MCL 41.77 requires that the township treasurer appoint a deputy treasurer who shall serve at the pleasure of treasurer. Whereas Andrea Garrett, full-time associate assessor, has served as Treasurer Palmer's appointed deputy for no additional compensation since 2002. Whereas the needs of the treasurer's office have grown and the treasurer requires more and dedicated staffing to carry out the duties of the office, and so a proposed new dedicated deputy treasurer position. Whereas at the August 10th meeting, the board voted unanimously to amend the adopted FYE 2020 budget to add 1.0 FTE deputy treasurer position as a non-exempt position at 43 to 50K per year. And whereas Sandra J. Egler has faithfully served the township since 1991 as finance director, an exempt position, currently earning $94,576 a year with benefits. And whereas Treasurer Palmer has announced her intent to appoint Sandra J. Egler as deputy treasurer per MCL 41.77, now therefore be it resolved that if Ms. Egler is appointed deputy treasurer, that she vacate the position of finance director. The duties and responsibilities of that position do not transfer with her to the new role of deputy treasurer. Be it further resolved, in recognition of Ms. Egler's years of dedicated service to the township, she will be paid her current salary of $94,576 and maintain her seniority and benefits. And be it further resolved that as the deputy treasurer position is a non-exempt position, she will be eligible for overtime pay at time and a half for 40 hours worked in a week and will not be eligible for compensatory time. And be it further resolved, when Ms. Egler vacates the deputy treasurer position, that the position may be reduced to a part-time position and the salary paid will revert back to a salary based on current market data. And be it further resolved that with the approval of the treasurer, additional duties may be assigned by other officers, such as by the supervisor as designated by the board to be responsible for capital planning, draft budget preparation, and presentation.
I move to table the resolution that was just offered.
I just moved this, so you have to ask if there's a second.
Is there a second? Trustee Noel.
I'll second it.
I move to table the resolution that has just been moved. Is there a second for the motion to table?
This would delay the deputy treasurer appointment.
No, it won't, because I have to have a deputy. Don't bring that one in. I second that motion.
All right, so it's been moved to table the resolution. Please call the roll.
Sorry, I'm just writing this down. Hathaway?
Yes.
Very loud. Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? No. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
No.
Vogel?
Yes.
Motion to table passes 4-0.
That brings us to the next agenda item, which I will turn to the treasurer to introduce. Treasurer Palmer.
Before I introduce the motion to ask the board to appoint Sandy as my deputy as needed, I do want to go over why we're here at this point in time. Which one? Well, that one, okay. I'm sorry, wrong item. Item number 3.
It's the authorization, I should have read it out for you, sorry. Possible action on the authorization of accounting assistant position.
This item, I see a need for, but I don't see a need for it tonight. So I'm asking that this be tabled. We will have to come back perhaps with this tonight, I'd like a table.
That's the authorization of accounting assistant
And this is
position?
an accounting assistant position.
So table to some future meeting.
Correct.
Is there a support?
I'll support.
Support by Noel. So moved by Palmer to table, support by Noel. Please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. I also want to note, I stated mistakenly, the last motion to table passed 4-2. I stated 4-0, it was 4-2.
So now we're on H4, which is possible action, appointment of deputy treasurer, approval of salary, appointment of budget director.
The budget director piece on this, we've already hashed and gone over. I am asking this motion to be a simple motion to appoint Sandy Egler as my deputy treasurer with her current salary, as we've all discussed together, and keep it simple. That's what I want to do. And I'm making that motion as I just stated, to appoint Sandy Egler as my deputy with her current treasurer.
I'll support.
Friendly amendment?
Do you want to entertain a friendly amendment?
I'll listen to it, then I'll say yes or no.
Okay. So I'd suggest we work on the language a little bit to just recognize that it is always the treasurer's appointment, and so that the board be, acknowledging your appointment or something like that, just for the record. I also think if you'd be so kind to look at the resolution, there are a couple elements of this I think are important for our organization. That if you look at some of the whereases,
this isn't the one I'm doing.
I know it's not.
Okay.
But Donna, here's my thought. If what this resolution does in some of the resolved clauses is it acknowledges that Sandy is an extraordinary candidate for the deputy treasurer position, and that due to this extraordinary circumstance, that is why we're paying a deputy treasurer position $96,000. And it says, that, when the position is vacated, one day, the position may be reduced to part-time and the salary paid will revert to a salary based on current market data. I would also suggest, since you anticipate that this might not be a full-time job at the beginning, that you might state the intention that she may be designated by the supervisor to say work on capital planning or draft budget preparation. So just a consideration, and those are written out. The very last, be it further resolved that clauses on page 2 do that. And I do think that's important because we adopted the job description not knowing who the person would be and the talents she would bring. And so I do think it's very important that we keep the person separate from the position.
I don't know that any of that's necessary.
Jessica, I need a deputy.
And
I know, but let's just hire the deputy. I have to have one.
I agree.
And then we get all the legalese in here, and I don't think we need it. I just keep it simple.
Okay, so that the board acknowledge your appointment of Sandra Egler as your deputy treasurer effective
immediately,
and authorize her continued salary
as the board determined, as in discussions previously.
Sure, And if I may, I would just say salary and maintain her seniority and benefits.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to get the right language in there, Donna.
Comments from the board? Trustee Vogel.
Okay, now I'm hearing all of the input from our residents that says, this is a crazy expense. We're going to take our most experienced person, put her in a role that she could probably do in a third of her time, and still pay her almost $100,000. This makes no sense to me. Until, I think the whole conversation has to get tabled until we can shape a position description that can get some agreement and leverage the depth of expertise and experience this individual brings. Donna, we cannot put Sandy exclusively in a deputy treasurer role and pay her the full-time salary that she makes. That's just completely fiscally irresponsible. I just think everything about this needs to get tabled.
Other comments? Other members of the Board of Trustees? Trustee Noel.
I just want to raise the consideration that Donna doesn't need board approval to hire a deputy treasurer.
Correct.
Now, I understand this is an unusual situation because of the salary issue, and she may need it for the salary issue. But in the past, historically, the clerk and the treasurer can hire their deputy, and it did not require board approval.
Other members of the Board of Trustees have any comments?
No,
Trustee Jerome.
I guess I would just second the concerns. It seems to me that this is a package in and of itself. In terms of all of the finance and budget issues that we're talking about this evening, I am terribly sympathetic to Donna's position and wanting to fill that role. I am also very aware of Sandy and her great service to the township and her intent to continue that great service. I would be more comfortable understanding all of the responsibilities that go with that assignment. I also acknowledge, though, that as Trustee Noel mentioned, this is of a prerogative that Treasurer Palmer has the prerogative to hire. So those are my concerns. I'm absolutely in support 100% of Sandy being the deputy treasurer. I would like to see some more clarity. You know, that's in the resolution was contained a lot of particulars, and I would like to understand those and the implications they would have on each particular role and responsibility for me.
I agree with that. I would support that.
Clerk Flintoff.
Sure. The resolution I crafted with the support of, trying to document in the whereases our history. And so Alec and Jane, to your point, I recognize that there's a difference between the deputy treasurer position, which we adopted unanimously on August 10th. And I have to say, I think that was a pretty good job description. Now, ultimately, it's up to Donna what her deputy will do as long as it's within her duties. I'm not sure that, first of all, Donna and Sandy, there's always a lot of work to do. I think it's a busy time and there's a lot to do. I would again say, with or without that final clause, which is not in the motion on the table, but I mentioned, if Sandy were to be appointed by Donna as her deputy treasurer, and if we were to, here's Donna's motion, if I got it right, Donna, motion to acknowledge the treasurer's appointment of Sandra J. Egler, effective immediately as deputy treasurer, and to authorize the continued salary and maintain her seniority and benefits, period. If we leave it at a simple motion, as Donna made, but the reality is Donna may give permission to have the board assign Sandy additional responsibilities. Donna may give permission to the supervisor to assign Sandy preparation of the budget or work on the draft capital improvement plan. So I think that there's a way here for work that would be appropriate for a deputy treasurer to do without, creating all the problems I've described, and enough work for one person, and work that would, draw on Sandy's experience drafting the township budget, doing the capital planning. So all of that's possible. And so I just want to say, even though Donna would appoint her deputy treasurer and the board would authorize continued salary, of course, within the law, Donna may give her permission for the board or another officer to assign additional work. It's similar to the deputy clerk doing the newsletter.
My whole concern has been, first of all, I need to have the deputy.
Yes.
The scope of the work in the township treasurer's office has multiplied.
Yes.
Big time. I have a person who has already done that, worked with reconciliation, worked with the tax roll, with the former assessor. We have that talent here. I also want her talent used, so possibly what you're saying would make this all work. I understand the concern of the trustees on the salary, and we've tried to make that, get that in the record too. I don't know why we make things so hard.
Well, I think your motion works. I worked hard on that resolution because I think it addresses, I think it makes it clear that this, if appointed to deputy treasurer, we would be expecting more of a typical deputy treasurer without,
No, I would expect Sandy available to do, you mentioned budget, you mentioned capital planning.
Yes.
The things just today that's been discovered and what she had to work on today is appalling. We haven't even gotten there. We're not going there tonight because that's an internal thing.
Yeah,
but anyway,
little misconstrued.
I want her talent and her ability to be used, to be available, and it's not just as my deputy. I mean, that's just what I've always thought we should do.
Well, so it seems like the intent is there. Putting it in a firm structure failed to pass this evening.
Well,
so what I would suggest is that we vote on the motion as it's been made and seconded.
Who seconded it?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
I think the votes are there to pass it. So why don't we call the roll and have the vote on the motion. If it fails, then we'll go back and we'll see what we have to do. Trustee Vogel, you want to have another comment?
Oh, Jane, you're muted.
Yes, I've got that. I can't make sense out of this yet. it feels to me, it seems to me that we've got to get two critical tasks delivered for this township. One is a deputy treasurer. Two is somebody, the supervisor is the one responsible for the budget and he's responsible for the audit.
No.
We need someone, and there's one particular person with the depth of experience to do it, to be the point person for the budget. We need that. It is not getting done well right now. So why couldn't this position be a dual report to the treasurer and the supervisor and be the deputy treasurer and the point person for the budget? Those are the two critical functions we need taken care of at the township.
That may
It makes no sense to me to pay someone $94,000 to do a part-time job, and it's completely unfair to say, oh, well, we'll just give her some more responsibilities. On Tuesday it'll be this, and on Friday it'll be that, and next week this, and next week that. That's just completely unfair to any individual. So I don't know. I can't get my head beyond, you got two critical functions, you got the skill set to meet both, figure out a way to get it done.
Yeah, Trustee Vogel, the point I was trying to make is that we don't have tonight in this meeting the ability to accomplish what you have laid out. We don't. But it seems like the intent is there on the part of the treasurer to allow her deputy treasurer to perform some of the things that you were describing as part of her job function. But it would be up to the treasurer to sort of use her discretion to allow that to happen. That's sort of where we're at in this moment. We are not going to be able to accomplish what you're talking about in terms of having a job title and clear functions assigned in that manner. That part of what we were considering this evening failed to pass.
Sandy, if you want to speak.
Donna, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about trying to find a way to get the two critical functions delivered, the deputy treasurer and a point person for the budget?
It all began with that kind of a thought.
We were all in agreement on that.
And if you want to change the wording, part-time deputy treasurer. So
No.
I have the help where we need, the help, her expertise. I don't know. Sandy, weigh in on this, please.
My reality is that for all of the comments being made here tonight in support, which I do appreciate, there has been very little actual support in this building. We used to be a team where if anybody needed anything, they'd pretty much put out a distress call and somebody who had time would go help them. Unfortunately, in the last couple of years, that just has not happened. And staff members are being, I don't know if it's encouraged, I don't know if it's bullied, I don't know what the word is. But it is just god-awful. And it has been god-awful for me particularly. The stress in this building is what exacerbated and caused 2 extended medical leaves for me. I don't know that there is a way for the 3 officers and the finance team to work together. And it started almost 2 years ago, and Jessica may not want to hear this, her supporters will not want to hear this, But she's the one that tore the finance team apart and made it into this ruin that it is today. If you do as I'm asking, because to be clear, I'm the one that approached Donna about this topic. When we learned Jim was going to retire, I approached her with this because as the assessor, he did a lot that falls technically under the treasurer's department. Special assessments being a huge issue right now in this township. You know, the last several years, we've actively encouraged communities to repave their streets and pay for them through special assessments. Well, that's something the treasurer's office has to maintain, which means that's something that I'm going to maintain. Without a special meeting to describe for all of you everything that entails the township finances, it's really hard to put it into a 5-minute box. But I feel that what we were proposing is the best option with what we have to work with today. I have no doubt in my mind that Rebecca has been inundated lately with a lot of new work.
And Sandy, I would just ask, out of respect, that we don't have one employee talking about another.
Well, I was going to give her kudos, but if
No,
you don't
please,
want me to
please.
do that,
No,
then
go for
won't.
it. I just, but any
See,
criticism.
Jessica, this is the problem that I have with you. You just assumed I was going to say something negative.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's my
everybody's very
point. You
emotional.
assumed
I didn't.
that I was going to be crass enough to say something negative. How disrespectful is that to me? But that's the way you've treated me almost since day one. And it's
All you've
difficult
done
to
is
take.
say negative things to
Quiet.
Sir, you have no idea what I'm dealing with or what anybody in this building's dealing with. You sit behind your computer and you think you're just brazen and bold. Well, it's just complete disrespect. Back to what I was trying to say, if I can remember. To segregate the duties as I have suggested, it would free up the finance manager's time because she would no longer be doing cash receipts, which is a huge part of the treasurer's. I mean, there's days you get a stack of checks this big and it just takes time to get through them. And yes, we're trying to automate some of these procedures. We have been for years, and we try something, it doesn't work, we try something else, it doesn't work, and we keep going. But this township has operated on a skeleton staff forever, as long as I've worked here and even before. We're busy working, we don't necessarily have time to do a lot of extra meetings or planning and stuff. And so the township's trying to get better at planning because we have big ticket millages out there now and the people expect us to get better at planning. We're not going to get better at planning if somebody's not focusing on it.
Yeah.
And the budgets are a mess. They're an absolute mess. And we need to fix that. And right now we've got taxes that have to get out, special assessment districts that have to be balanced, budgets that have to be started working on, and this constant delay. It's going to be March and you're not going to have a decision made. I can understand you wanting as much information as you can get and understanding how everything flows and who does what, and I'm happy to participate in any informational meeting you guys want to have. But I'm begging you to please stop delaying this months and months and months, because it is making it almost impossible to get the work done in-house.
Make sure Sandy was.
I'm done, thank you, I'm sorry.
Trustee Vogel?
Sandy, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Get my view back to gallery. Here you are. I just want to see if a scenario is realistic. Would it be realistic for you to step into the deputy treasurer role? The treasurer, honest to goodness, it's the money in, so accounts receivable would be part of that. And also be the point person for the budget, which needs so much focus right now. Is it conceivable to be able to hook those two together?
Yes, it would have been easier for me to have gotten this settled a few months ago so that we could be a little bit farther in the process. But understand, I was out ill a few months ago, so I get that.
There's a lot of catch-up.
There's a lot of catch-up to do, and I'm behind the 8 ball a lot on what has even been transpiring at the township.
Right.
But it is possible, Jane.
All right, so I'm going to make this observation, and it's going to be hard to hear.
It's okay.
No, not for you. It's going to be hard for everybody else. I have sensed from day one that the finances are not managed well. And we have seen nothing but evidence of that throughout the year. I have seen a pattern of either fierce loyalty to this clerk or fierce conflict. And when I hear Sandy characterize the culture at the township, going from we're a team to this division, I've watched it happen in the time I've been around the township. And I know it's hard I continue to be an advocate for putting Sandy into this position of deputy treasurer. It is not effective for her to work for this clerk. And if the way we have to do it is for Donna to say, oh yes, my deputy treasurer can be the point person for budget, we need the most experienced person we have trying to get the budget sorted out so we can lay some groundwork for some good planning going forward. Because guess what? There's some serious money coming into this township, and exactly like the lead auditor said, we got to be planning. And guess where you reflect the plan? You reflect it in the budget. And we need to have our A game in this township and get that done well. And we need to make that decision tonight.
I would go back to what I was trying to say earlier, and that is I think that the best that we're going to be able to do tonight is to adopt the resolution as Donna has made it and appoint Sandy as, for her to appoint Sandy as her deputy treasurer with her current salary and benefits and seniority, and with the acknowledgement from the treasurer that the treasurer will allow Sandy to take on some of these other responsibilities with regard to the budget. I think that's the best that we're going to be able to do tonight. And I would like to move forward and call the roll on that, but I think first we have to give members of the public a chance to speak. So I would like to move to...
Will, I have my hand up.
All right, Clerk Flintoff.
Well, this stuff's important. It takes time. It's the first time we've talked about it. So I will say I'm in support of this motion. I do think that the treasurer, I hear what you're saying, Jane, but I honestly think that, this model, this idea that, these statutory conflicts were worked out and that you can have this highly paid position handling finance and treasury, it just was a no-go. And that's not going to happen. So if that's what you mean by budget, if you mean finance by budget, which is what these documents look like, no. But if what you mean is drafting the capital plan, drafting the budget, doing the budget presentation, that whole process that we need to be engaged in, planning, anything around that, absolutely. But I want to be clear, because you mentioned your concern about cost, is that I'm telling you now, and it's hard when we're a small staff, but I'll say our finance team currently, we need higher skills and different sets of knowledge to take our township to where we need to be with finance. And I'm talking broadly across our team here. And I've said this again and again, and so I will be bringing a finance position, contract, something, short-term, part-time, not sure, talked about different ideas, but that gap is there, Jane, and it will remain after this motion, and I will be bringing it to the board soon. So this still is not the cost savings that it was pitched as. And I support this. I think that Sandy will be an incredible deputy treasurer. Will do a great job working on the budget with Will. And, there's enough work for 2 other people, FTE, to be doing in finance. So I support this motion.
Can we now open it up to members of the public who would like to comment?
Anybody on Zoom, please raise your Zoom hand. I see Jonathan Greenberg followed by Pam Boyd.
Yeah, just real quickly, my apologies to Sandy. I got a new pair of Bluetooth headsets tonight, and I guess I'm clicking a button and turning the mute off and broadcasting my voice. So I do apologize to Sandy. I do sit here and scream at the screen through the entire meeting. So it's very possible that some of that came through, and I do apologize.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next up is Pam Boyd, followed by Rob Pattinson.
Thank you. I agree that Sandy should be deputy treasurer. Clearly there are challenges, but I think it would be best for Sandy to have the position of deputy treasurer. However, I think some of you aren't listening to Sandy, and Sandy, forgive me if I'm putting words in your mouth, but listening to you, it's very clear you don't want to work with Jessica on any level, nor should you, if that's how you feel. And so I think that we should all, acknowledge the elephant in the room and just let Sandy do the deputy treasurer, work with Supervisor Hathaway, but that I don't believe it would be healthy for the township staff to have Sandy working under Jessica, because clearly that would make Sandy unhappy. And I want happy employees. Thank you.
I'd like to make clarification, if it's okay.
It's not really a dialogue.
Well, I take real exception to something she said. It's not that I don't want to.
It's a public comment, but just as a point of order.
And everybody else is interrupting.
We're going to keep going through public comment.
I'm going to shut up now.
And
so Rob was next.
Rob Pattinson is next.
I would like to cede my time to Sandy Egler and let her speak. I would like to thank her for speaking up during this meeting. And I have worked in a hostile work environment, and it's a nightmare. And when you fail the people that you serve in terms of the residents, that is one thing. When you fail the people who work for you, that is a disaster. And the three of you have failed the people who work for you. And you owe them a sincere apology. And I apologize, Sandy, for going on. Please speak.
Thank you, Rob.
I just wanted
Sandy?
to make sure that people understand. This is not that I don't want to work with Jessica. I have tried to work with Jessica. Jessica doesn't want to work with me. And she has made that point to me so very clear. So I have done everything this township has ever asked of me for 30 years. And when my name is being thrown under the bus, and I'm sorry, now Kathy, I'm emotional. And I'm sorry. But none of you understand what it feels like to be in the position that I have been put in. And I'm just praying that the board will start making some positive choices, and I think we're trying. And hopefully we can get through this tonight, tomorrow, and maybe when this is all said and done, we can get a different attitude in the building and people can start working together as a team again. That's all I have. Thank you.
Are there more members of the
Thank you,
public to
Sandy.
comment?
That is all. Will?
In that case, I would like to call the roll on the motion by Treasurer Palmer, supported by Supervisor Hathaway, to affirm the treasurer's appointment of Sandy, or you want to read it? You want to read it? You've got it. You've been
To
taking
acknowledge the treasurer's appointment of Sandra J. Egler effective immediately as deputy treasurer, and to authorize the continued salary and maintenance of her seniority and benefits.
And please, let me add, just to keep it clear, that anything else that Ms. Egler can contribute because of her knowledge and her background to the township function, that will certainly be allowed by the treasurer.
But that doesn't need to be part of the motion.
Is that an amendment, Donna?
Well,
if so, that last clause there, I think, does it for you.
Well, we can use these words. Additional duties may be assigned by other officers at the approval of the treasurer, because she's got so much to give to us.
And other officers would include the board as a whole.
Well, I should say the board then.
Signed by other officers for the board.
Will you second it, sir?
With
Sure.
the permission of the treasurer?
Well, I don't want to say permission, but approval. I like that word better.
Okay, approval of
whatever we may need that she can help with.
Okay, the
That's what
amendment
she
to
wants
the
to do.
motion is made and seconded by the seconder.
Yes.
Okay, please call the roll.
Okay. Hathaway.
Yes.
Palmer.
You bet.
Flintoff. Yes. Jerome.
Yes.
Noel.
Yes.
Vogel.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
I would move that we table the next item on the agenda because it has been made sort of unsustainable, I guess, by the lack of action on the earlier motion, on the earlier item on the agenda. That item to be tabled is the hiring of Nancy Colasante as the accounting assistant.
I agree.
So you would support?
Yes.
All right, so we have a motion to table and we have support. Please call the roll.
Hathaway.
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yeah.
Motion passes 6-0.
That brings us to item H6, possible action on approval of the First Amendment to the Granicus contract to ease digital access to township meetings and records.
Great. Thank you, Will. Well, the board tabled this item on September 14th, and I went to the committees as suggested to get more input about how much uptake there would be, and shared a little bit, figured out how we would get it all integrated. And what I found out about the status quo and the desire of the committees is this, that most committees are recording their meetings, but not storing them or posting them. So certainly it's only the board that is posting most of them slowly. And the others like planning, sustainability consistently record, but don't post, but would like to. So this would be a big plus for them. The Planning Commission and the Zoning Boards of Appeal would be especially well served by moving to the dynamic agenda that links to the videos and everything. And the LPC and the parks are also interested in learning a little bit more. So Alec, to your question back then about how do we like fully utilize the technology, those two bodies are interested. Everybody else would benefit from it, but how they do their work wouldn't change so much. Also found that staff and volunteers spend a lot of time taking minutes in various different ways, and at least 3 bodies are interested in learning some of the automated ways of doing so, because this is part of what this does, is it helps to automate the minute taking as well. So if approved, the clerk and office coordinator, we'd work with NetSmart to implement the one-time installation and configuration. It'd actually be in this room, and we would connect it to this system so that one day if we are ever not using Zoom, it's just live streaming and auto archiving, so our videos would actually be stored and posted automatically. I think Christy and I would be able to get all of this implemented in the first quarter of 2022. We would roll it out first to the board, then the PC, ZBA, Sustainability Task Force, and then to the other committees as most helpful. As a reminder, it's a $5,300 setup cost plus $8,800 annual subscription. Are there questions? Did you want to ask a question?
Well, yeah. So, but that's the introduction to the agenda item. Members of the Board of Trustees, are there questions or comments? Trustee Jerome.
I just want to know what, if there's terms for, if we do not find this useful, and I'm not suggesting that, what are the terms for canceling the contract and the $8,000 or $9,000? 30 days notice or 30 days notice by both parties, or?
Let me check that.
Well,
Oh, Trustee Vogel, sorry.
I have two things to say. When this came up back in, what was it, September? I think Treasurer Palmer, what she said continues to sort of echo in my mind, and that is, this is really kind of a graduate school level of function. And to make this investment versus investments in many other needs of the township feels imbalanced to me. And I am not supportive of it. I am also aware that the feedback from the committees I support did not see the value add of this increase of functionality. I am not in support of this. I think the discussion we had in September remains primary in my mind, that it is a level of functionality out of balance with many other needs that need attending to in this township administration.
Other comments? I don't find the language. No, did you find it?
No, and I apologize, Alec. I have included here just the appendix. I don't have that in front of me. I know that it's, some period of it, like 30, 60, or 90 days, but I don't know what that is. I would entertain any, contingency on the motion, pending verification of that, if that would work for you.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, it's the amendment to the whole thing, so I know it's 30, 60, or 90, but I don't know what number that is, Alec. But it goes with the whole CMS and peak, so there's different components we can add and take away. We wouldn't get back the initial cost.
Well,
Trustee or Treasurer
okay.
Palmer.
At this time of night, just say, hey, you. This is very, very expensive. We've done a lot of improving, made a lot of things where the public can participate much easier now. That ability wasn't there. Yes, I know COVID drove a lot of that, but still, it's a good thing. I don't think we need this at this time. We've got videos, we've got all of our minutes in different formats that people can go into. I just think we need to hold off. Maybe in the future, maybe this will be a better way than what we're doing now, but not in addition to, it's very expensive.
And I just want to clarify, Donna, we don't have videos.
I thought we had those available online of the meetings and stuff now.
No, this is what that would do. So right now what we have is clunky workaround, too much time for Christy and Jessica putting up just the board videos. The Planning Commission, which they have now gone to even having minutes that reference their videos as official record. They're not saved anywhere, like permanently secure. Okay, so with all the talk at this board table, the recent resolution, with all due respect, about proactive records retention and the video is the official record and this and that, I mean, we don't have the technological capability to, this would automatically store the videos in the cloud, it would automatically post them, and it would give people the possibility of live streaming. So I will say, if y'all are serious about continuing to record meetings, which takes a tremendous amount of space and time, and making it accessible to the public, this is the plug-in to do it. So if you don't go with this, no more excuses for bringing back up the idea of more video recording and more things. We don't have the technology to do that. So drop the idea of the meeting video recordings being here forever and ever if you don't support this. It's not a threat, it's just the reality. You can't just keep being in aspirational land of some technology we're going to live in the future if you don't buy the technology we need.
Trustee Noel.
Yes, I would support this. We need to work on improving our technology, not standing still or going backwards. I do not think these costs are at all excessive. We've talked about other costs, or we will be shortly tonight, that exceed this. And I think this is entirely reasonable. It's consistent with what residents want. It's consistent with what others in the public want. It makes us more technologically adept and current with modern times. So I strongly support this.
I think we've gone all the way around. Members of the public?
Please raise your Zoom hand. First up is Maureen Richards, followed by Pam Boyd. Maureen?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
I just want to make an observation. It seems to me that there's some bias going on here. So, and I'm specifically talking about Trustee Vogel. Whenever there's something that's proposed by the clerk that benefits the township, whether it's additional help to create financial reports, it's additional technology to automate recordings and put them on the webpage. You're always opposed to it, and just seems to me as very clear bias on your part instead of looking at what is proposed. I think you inflate somehow the numbers as they're excessive, where most of us don't think they're excessive. And if you go and look at the records, which I do on the webpage, there's not a lot of records out there. This would make it automated. So I don't understand your bias. I would hope that you would consider these comments as, what do you guys call, a friendly amendment? But please, please think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Pam Boyd, followed by Jonathan Greenberg. Pam?
Hi. I guess whether you guys like it or not, more residents are paying attention. We are populating all of the meetings. We are becoming engaged. We want to be informed. One resident, I believe, has written to you to say, in regards to the Open Meetings Act, that these meetings really need to be available for residents who are snowbirds. I'm not a snowbird. I'm here. I go to all the meetings, but she makes a good point that by having these recorded, all of the meetings, we then all have the option to look at them at a later date and time. So I advocate that the township comes up to this century and brings itself up into the current technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Next up is Jonathan Greenberg. Jonathan?
Hi. Yeah, I think it's actually kind of interesting to even see this as a debate topic. I mean, maybe 20 years ago, but as for the cost, it's negligible based on the value it provides. And here's the thing about technology. The one thing that people will always make a big deal about is the price. What they don't look at is the cost of ownership. And over time, manual processes, many of the ones you're trying to, Jessica, I guess I'm part of the Jessica fan club as labeled tonight, but, part of the need to update technology, it's not about the price, it's about what you get for that price and what kind of automation and labor you can eliminate from the process. Even 28-year-old processes that, are perfect. I don't think that there's any reason to avoid moving into the next, into this century, other than it appears to be a desire to keep residents uninformed. So I think the single most obvious need for this type of technology is the fact that the residents are doing it themselves and posting all of these meetings on YouTube. What speaks more to the residents' needs than to the things that the residents are already doing because their leadership is failing them? Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next up is Rob Pattinson. Rob?
Jonathan said what I was going to say, and that is that I've been recording all the meetings and posting them as a volunteer service because I don't have a life, and I have the time to do that. And
you spend your life with us.
Happy days. And there have been thousands, well, a couple of thousand views just in the last 6 months worth of meetings. So the cost of this should be offset by the benefit of several thousand views that are happening of this township's organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I see no other hands. Will?
In that case, it's time to call the roll. But before we do, I would like to say I am going to support this proposal. Oh, I'm sorry, Alec, did you, I meant to come back to you to see if you had wording that you wanted to add as a condition on the motion.
I just want to make sure, I want clarity on the length, the term. I would suggest that we have authorized up to 1 year services at $14,132 with a review period after 1 year and clarification of the terms of the contract. Because right now it just says 43 for 1 year and 8,000 thereafter. I would like to have us review it after 1 year to see if it's doing what we want it to do, and then also have the terms of the contract clarified. But otherwise, I would be fine with if people would be friendly to that amendment.
I just want to make sure that that works with our the quote that we have, Alex.
I was reading through it and I couldn't see any clarification with respect.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it's just the exhibit to our master contract, which I didn't include. Alec, would you be so kind to read that proposed amendment again?
What's that?
Would you be so kind to say that proposed amendment again?
I would just say, let me get down where. To approve First Amendment to Granicus Service Agreement between Granicus LLC and Scio, Michigan, dated 11/15/21, to authorize up to $14,132 for 1 year, after which there will be a review of the contract and services provided for an extension, for the review of extension beyond that time.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I will support. Please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, where are we here?
You know, we should,
That brings us to new business.
no, wait a minute. What about the fire? There was something that Andy's been waiting for.
You have parks, you have Scio view, and you have.
Next up is the planned amendment on Marshall Park Pavilion. That's
Oh,
where
is
you,
it?
That's where you
Oh,
placed
Yeah.
that, C1?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I put it there. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you put that under unfinished business.
I wrote it in the wrong place somehow. All right, excuse me. Andy, come on up. You were saved.
Hello, everyone.
Actually, it's good morning.
Thanks for sticking with us, Andy.
So do you want to introduce this agenda item that was added?
Yeah, I'll do that. I think hopefully Joe's hanging in there. So what I think probably best, I'll try to combine brief and thorough, and then Joe could answer some technical questions and then take it from there. So as you
Joe's not on.
Oh, okay. That's okay. So as you may remember, in July, the Board of Trustees approved the hiring of Joe Meter from Washington Engineering to pursue our initiative of constructing pavilions for the Marshall Park space. And so this is really just a continuation of that initiative. So our board, the Parks Advisory Board, we did site visits with Joe, determining location, orientation of the pavilions, the size and scale, the materials, which is going to be reclaimed barn wood, and also the pursuance of making it ADA compliant. And so we then reached a point where Joe could, because of the cost levels of these, the competitive bidding process was necessary. And so there's 3 bids in your packet. And last week, our Parks Advisory Board recommended contractor B, which was obviously the bidding process for it because there's some significant gaps there. Joe has equal confidence in all of the contractors with his experience, and so that's not a factor. So the low cost was the appropriate choice. Budget-wise, the necessary funds are there. Thank you, Jessica, for your prompt response today. So check that box. And so we motioned it out of our group to the Board of Trustees. And Will, the model motion that you crafted is very well said. I could state that, or maybe to save time, you could read it.
Go ahead.
Let's just get to the point that with the low bid, and then there's going to be some additional hardware costs and some specific needs of the job that's going to be completed by one contractor in terms of moving the materials and making some cuts to get the materials ready for the build. We have reached a number. The ask is $43,294.40. So the model motion is moved by blank, support by blank, that the Board of Trustees authorize up to $43,294.40 to be spent on installation of pavilions, bike racks, hardscaping, and padding at Marshall Park per the specifications in the attached summary from Washtenaw Engineering dated November 1st, 2021. So that's where we're at.
That's the motion.
Yes, sir.
Would someone like to make the motion?
So moved.
So moved.
All right, so I think it was moved by Palmer, and I'll take yours as a second.
I'll support.
Okay. So we have it moved and seconded. Is there discussion by members of the Board of Trustees? Trustee Jerome.
Can I just add a little bit of clarity in terms of the bidding process? And I think people may see the hardware as an odd outlier, but actually what Joe did was take that out so that you wouldn't get the markup with regard to having that being purchased via the contractor. So he's trying to save the 15% markup. So that's why that is delineated as a separate cost from the other proposals for services. So I just wanted to make sure people were clear on that. But the effort was to try to minimize the cost, obviously, while maximizing the impact. And I think this is a great step into actually bringing the Marshall Road, I'll call it park / opportunity along our border to border or connection to border trail, really to bring it to life.
So it's very complimentary to the Z-Road pathway. There's going to be 2 pavilions. So,
I think this is so cool. I'm really excited about it. Thank you for all your work.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you for your support.
Are there other comments or questions? Comments from members of the public?
Comments from the public on the motion? I see none.
In that case, please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Andy.
All right, thank you.
Hang in there.
Drive safely.
It's all good.
All right. That brings us to new business. And then the first item of new business is the ordinance amendments to Chapter 6, Amusements and Entertainments, Fireworks Regulations.
2 minutes. This ordinance has been on the books a long time. It does not address professional grade fireworks. Those are the applications that come to us one at a time, as with Loch Alpine and others. This ordinance regulates the use of consumer grade fireworks on certain days of the year, and we regulate them as strictly as state law allows. So, unless the board would like to loosen restrictions to allow consumer grade fireworks on more days a year, then there are really few policy choices. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm assuming that we want to continue to regulate these as strictly as we can. There have been few to no complaints over the years. My suggestion would be that this is a pretty straightforward chapter. And if there isn't a different idea about what direction to go policy-wise from the board on this, that we would just give it to the code enforcement officer and the fire chief to clean it up. And once they do, they can bring it back to the board for action. So this again is the flow for each of our ordinances that we're updating, approved by the attorney, brought to the board to identify any kind of policy questions and who else we want input from. I think for this one, we want the input from our code enforcement officer and the fire chief. Any other ideas or direction on this?
Are there other comments or questions from members of the Board of Trustees?
I have just a clear.
Please.
Go ahead.
You referenced the state law.
Yes.
And then what we have.
Correct.
My understanding is we can't, how am I going to phrase this now? We have to follow state law.
Correct.
So our ordinance
can't supersede state law.
Supersede, that's the word I want.
Absolutely.
Too early in the day.
Yes, it is. So we're all good on that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Perfect. And that's why we have the attorney look at it first, so that we know what bounds we can play it within.
I see your hand raised.
Jim?
Just
Our township attorney.
The board that when you get this as an action item, we will probably have one minor tweak. Mr. Siller and I were looking at this today, and we'll probably recommend that you add that the sheriff's department is also an enforcement agency because it will be at 2 and 3 in the morning. And in Trustee Palmer, the state statute allows the board to adopt this ordinance that regulates it tighter than it would be otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
But only to the extent that the state says that you can.
Yeah, that you can, yeah, right.
That's why we need to change the dates.
So it's not an action item unless there's other suggestions. I'm assuming that we can sort of let this go on to its next step. Are there other questions or comments from members of the Board of Trustees? All right. The next item is ordinance amendments to Chapter 4, alcoholic liquors, as opposed to other kinds of liquors.
Yes. I told you I didn't want to handle fireworks and liquor in the same meeting, but here we are. So this ordinance is quite old and frankly quite bad. I think it maybe didn't get the attention it needed 13 years ago. So this ordinance really sets forth a policy and process by which the township issues or approves, I'm not using the right word, Jim, liquor licenses and entertainment permits. So this is almost like out of the beginning of Footloose. It sets forth open party regulations. The ordinance specifies criteria for the approval, non-renewal, or revocation of liquor licenses. It says that we're supposed to have a Scio Township Liquor Control Committee. The last time I saw that met was maybe 2009. So it's a very cumbersome process that we haven't followed in a long time. So my recommendation is we change it and streamline it. Applications for liquor licenses are submitted just on occasion, less than once a year. We only have a certain number from the state, and in recent years, the board has bypassed the use of the committee. Typically, the responsibility has been with the supervisor, and we've utilized a process less formal. I think a process coming straight to the board makes more sense. I would also suggest, observe that the open party regulations and entertainment permits probably overlap with the intention of the special events ordinance that's under consideration by the Planning Commission. So we may want to look at maybe pulling some of those out. Some of these things frankly look pretty antiquated. Last, the township has had 1.5 liquor licenses, 2 liquor licenses, applications pending for the last couple of months. So we certainly don't need to update this ordinance before we move those forward, but so you know, this is some current business before us. So my suggestion would be that this take more time and we get a full review by our planner, code enforcement officer, confer with the sheriff's office, and see where we're at. Maybe recommend that the planning commission consider updating this with our planner and making some recommendations to the board. Other reflections on this?
Well, so two thoughts. One is that actually the Planning Commission has already finished reviewing the special events.
Oh.
And I just, haven't put it on the agenda because it's not urgent and so many other things on the agenda. So we could look at what they have recommended and alongside this and see, whether whole parts of this could just come out in favor of what the Planning Commission has already reviewed.
I bet that will be the case. Okay.
The other question I have is, and I apologize for not having looked at this as closely as it would take to have answered this question. Are there criteria in here for the awarding of
licenses?
Licenses?
Yes.
Oh, there are, okay.
Yeah, that's what I sent you the other day.
Well, I know, and I haven't had time to comb through here. And
No, for sure. And I did look back, and the criteria are, again, way too complicated, but if y'all remember, we had to bring back the Tributo or whatever the yummy drink is gonna be, Jackson.
Smooge.
We had to redo that liquor license application because we'd done it wrong back in 2019, an administrative thing. So at that time, we did actually use this list. And so that would be consistent practice, well, if you want to pull out these criteria.
Which page is that on? Where's that page numbers?
Yeah, there are 2 pages of review factors. So, in any case, I do think the criterion in here you could use, Will, when you're looking at the 2 applications, and then I'd suggest just bringing it to the board.
Oh, here it is.
And then concurrently, we can have our planner and the planning commission will look side by side with the special events ordinance. And I've asked Jim to find a lean, mean, better liquor control ordinance for us.
Well, it sounds like a good plan to me.
Any other input before we get rolling?
Seeing none.
Thank you.
You were right, it was about 2 minutes.
I know.
All right. Next.
Can I let Andy go first?
Well, I think we can dispense with yours very quickly.
May I introduce it?
Sure, come on up, please. And I can say, perhaps as a word of introduction, that the reason I put this on the consent agenda is that it wasn't even clear that it needed to come to the Board of Trustees for approval. We were just trying to be on the safe side, if I'm putting that correctly, Attorney Fink.
Should we have our attorney come up as well?
Yeah, you want to come up too and be here?
I don't. You're welcome if you'd like. I'll go ahead in interest of brevity. I am Linda Smith, as agent for Scio Development, 600 South Wagner Road, Scio Township. This is an amendment to a master deed of the Scio View residential subdivision in preparation for its next phase. Scio View has successfully launched phase 1. We're preparing phase 2. Scio View developments comprised of 2 housing products represented by 2 separate master deeds. Scio View Development, LLC, and Scio View Development AIR, LLC. The first is a single-family product. The second is a duplex product. We had hoped to submit both amendments of the master deeds for phase 2 together, However, a collaboration of the Parkland Plaza sidewalk with TAP has required a minor change to the entrance sidewalk of the Scio View Air duplex area, which has delayed that master deed amendment. This minor master deed amendment benefits Scio View Development Phase 2. There's 4 changes to be reviewed here. They've been looked at by multiple agencies and everyone has approved them. We're changing the legal land description of our expansion area, which means Phase 1 had a legal land description and the rest of the approved PUD was an expansion area. We are now chiseling out 38 acres for Phase 2, which means the expansion area description is somewhat smaller. We are adopting the Washtenaw County Water Resource Commission language pertaining to the newly established Scio View Drainage District at their request. We are adopting a sanitary sewer facility language, few paragraphs required by the state of Michigan, which will have to do with the sanitary sewer pump station, which is required as a part of this subdivision and will be built during Phase 2. It's 8 pages. We didn't change anything very interesting. You'll see the next master deed amendment sometime in the next month.
Okay.
So I'd love to lay the groundwork for how this one's done so we perhaps could be a bit more quick.
Yeah.
Efficient. So just to be clear, the model motion for this is that the board accepts the following documents related to the Scio View development. Second amendment to the Scio View Development Master Deed, Second Amendment Exhibit B, engineering drawings and easement for ingress and egress at West Liberty Road, and authorizes the supervisor to provide written confirmation of the township's acceptance.
Works for you?
That's my intent.
And Jim, you're good with this?
I am.
Move to approve.
Well, and Trustee Knoll, you asked to have it moved from the consent agenda. I want to make sure that we've addressed any concern that you may have.
Okay, so it is clearer now. The description in the packet materials was not so clear. I have a question about the engineering drawings. How do they change? What's different?
We are submitting a packet of the engineering changes only. This is an 84-page engineering final site plan. I believe the Exhibit B packet is attached to the master deed when it's recorded at the county. And if someone wanted to come in and see what the current changes were, they could see them. So to elaborate, the sewer facility is more clearly drawn out. There were some changes in Phase 2 that Washtenaw County Water Resource wanted made to some contouring, which OHM, the engineers, have reviewed and approved. So they call that the Exhibit B drawings to the master deed. And they basically outline where the houses are and then how the phase will be developed. And that is a contractual obligation. That is how the phase must be developed. It is then recorded at the county. Does that answer the question?
It does. I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there aren't any other comments or questions from members of the board, are there comments from the public?
I would just have one more comment since Linda's coming back soon. If we could maybe since we've been through this laying the groundwork, very nice, Linda, for her next one so that it could be on the consent agenda. Maybe we can just, and Jim, I don't know if we might need your help with it, but just a paragraph or something about reminding us why we're doing this.
And to make it as cogent as the presentation you just had, I'll ask Ms. Smith to send me the language.
Yeah, absolutely. A blurb from Linda pasted in front of us would be great.
I would also ask, Trails and Pathways has asked that we link our Scio View entrance sidewalk to the Trails and Pathways. Our sidewalk was engineered on the east side of our entrance road. Surprisingly, Trails and Pathways needs it to be on the west side of our entrance road. It's a very minor amendment. The way Jim will need to review it. Again, it may need to come in front of the board, but I'm not sure. I'd love to be able to just.
I like that groundwork.
Okay.
Consent agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say it out loud, as long as the planner determines that it is a minor amendment to the site plan, that will probably work.
Yeah.
It seems like it would fall into that category. Having served on the planning commission. But one never knows. With that, are there members of the public who have a comment on this particular question?
Yes, Rob Pattinson. Rob?
I would like the board to apologize to Linda Smith for making her wait over 5.5 hours to get this presentation, and to Andy Turner for doing the same to him. We need better organization of how you make people wait.
Agreed. Thank you, Rob. Linda, I'm sorry that you are still here. Jim Fink, Chief Hood.
Are there other comments?
No.
No. All right. Let's call the roll.
Who made the motion?
Well, I said I would.
I think we had.
I'll support.
All right. Well, why don't we just do it now then? Supported by Palmer. I'm sorry. Moved by Palmer. Support by Jerome. Please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jim. Next up is the I3 dissection, the budget amendment to Fund 431. Thank you, Andy, for staying with us.
I see what you did.
Yep.
I wrote the wrong thing in
You
front of
really are
That's
being
why I
nice.
tricked myself.
I'd be happy to introduce this briefly, but I don't know the inner workings.
That's fine.
As I've worked with Karen Lancaster, she's made the observation to me numerous times that the board has allocated money for the fire station renovation project, but has not provided or passed an appropriate budget resolution to budget that money.
That's right.
Is that correct?
That's correct. And we had again, I don't know how to underscore this enough, but the fire department building project was started without a budget by the prior board. And we didn't have experience budgeting things like this. So, for example, the utility addition, we didn't have a budget for that. Okay? So we haven't historically budgeted major capital projects. So this is a new practice for us. So we had money in the fire operating fund, 206. It is proper to open the fund 431, have all of the capital project funding in one fund. We established that fund right as we were doing the budget process. Last year, we had Woodhill provide a budget process for us to provide us a template to have a stronger budget process than we've had before. Now we have a good document. But at the time, Donna, you remember, there was so much concern about opening the fund. One of our staff people was assigned to the audit, this and that we just set up the fund when we adopted the budget on April 1st. And in short order, during the summer, Karen emailed us this document, said, hey, I thought this would be helpful since she is the wizard on this budget and has been helping Andy. Thank you to Karen Lancaster and Chief Hood for keeping us on track with every dollar of this fire station project without a budget. So then, Will, you remember this, and everybody was confused, including myself, and you were like, whoa, this is really big. How's the budget off this much? How come this stuff doesn't happen? Because we started building a building without a budget, because we're doing new processes. This is administrative, and so there's no question that this is the right budget. It was sitting, and Sandy was so busy with the audit that it hasn't gone forward in 3 months. And here we are, cleaning up our financial records and bringing it before you tonight. In the course of doing financial reports every month, I'll have some suggested cleanup budget amendments. There are things that have been approved by the board, certainly in the future should not warrant this level of discussion this late at night. But I will take any questions from folks about the budget amendment, because we can move money into the fund. But right now, Andy, when you open up BS&A, and well, before this was done, when you open up BS&A, what have you been seeing this whole time? You've been zero.
Zero. So expenses, no budgeted money to pay for those expenses.
Right. So then when people say, wow, you're over budget. Yep.
Whenever I put in a PO for any of the vendors' bills that come through, it tells me we're over budget. So.
Right. And so then when people come to me, my colleagues say, oh, wow, you and Rebecca had to, move the limits or this and that. Yeah, of course. We have bills to pay. So until we have this fund budgeted, everything's over budget. It is simply administrative. But Will, you had some particular questions about this. So what were they?
Well, there are multiple. One is, first of all, it was an action item on a very large number, a large budget amendment in a finance report. Now, you've just explained that your intent is, as you make these monthly financial reports going forward, to bring along with them budget amendments that you determine are necessary in the course of doing the financial reporting.
Clean up things that we've already
done. This being the first time that we've had one of these finance reports and one of these budget amendments in conjunction with a finance report, I think it's a legitimate question to raise, especially when you're talking about, close to $800,000.
Absolutely. And I apologize, Will, because I really thought that, we have all, Donna, you, me, Sandy, Rebecca, have all been sitting on this one for 3 months. We've scheduled a meeting about it. And so I thought this was familiar. I apologize that I was wrong.
Well, it certainly wasn't familiar. It's an issue that's been hanging out there, but it's not something that we've spent a lot of time discussing. I don't recall going over this in Budget and Finance Committee meetings, for example.
So what do we have to do tonight, right now?
We don't have to do anything. This is a discussion item.
Okay.
What I would suggest is two things. That, Sandy hasn't seen this or hadn't seen this before it went on the
Sandy
agenda.
has seen this. We've talked about this. Sandy has seen this for months. This is, I would respectfully just suggest that it is a proposed budget amendment. The resolution is here, Donna, with the attachment. Certainly there'll be some tweaks that the chief has, to the budget, probably closer to year end. But this establishes the budget so that the chief isn't continually spending money against zero and having to reference different spreadsheets to keep this multi-million-dollar project on track.
Well, I don't think it's going to be, given how long it's been delayed, I don't think it's going to cause a huge problem to delay it in one more meeting.
Okay.
In order to allow our former finance director, now deputy treasurer, to review it and give us her sense of this fairly significant budget amendment. So that's what I would propose, is that we simply take that time, let her give us her feedback on it. And the other point I was going to make is, if there are budget amendments in conjunction with the financial report, if we're going to have the financial report with reports, I I think it makes more sense to have the votes on the budget amendments done separately from the reports, not to include them together with the reports. I mean, you can talk about them in the
We can
context of the
separate them,
reports,
just
but-
not too far, because otherwise people forget
Right.
what we're talking about. So, Chief, I don't want to leave you hanging, and we're leaving you hanging.
It's all good.
I'm sorry. I would say, Will, if you are in charge of budgets, I will hand you this resolution, and you can take it from here, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, because our finance director, you, Donna, and I have been sitting on this. And so it's this sort of stagnation we have got to stop, people. There isn't one, we just gotta keep
There's
moving.
no
Let's
need for
move
this
on,
posture.
and yes, that's that's on our list we've been working at. We'll get it fixed. That's,
All right, so let's move on then. Thank you, Chief, for sitting and waiting for
Chief.
this
You're welcome.
moment.
Have a good morning.
Sorry we ruined your evening.
Not at all.
So that brings us to the minutes. And here I had a proposal that I was going to offer that we discussed, the executive officers discussed with the attorney.
We're not executive officers.
Whatever, the officers.
We're all officers.
We're
Yeah.
all officers. The three officers, the treasurer, the clerk, the supervisor, discussed a plan for how to deal with the backlog of minutes. If I could just find my note where I wrote it down. Oh, here. So the idea is a motion to table the collection of minutes to a special meeting and to use the time between that scheduled special meeting between now and then to gather input from members of the Board of Trustees on the minutes so that when we sit down at the special meeting, we are looking at drafts that already incorporate as many changes as we can make in advance to sort of speed the efficiency of the special meeting. So I would make that motion. Is there support?
Friendly amendment?
Sure.
To be clear, I don't want feedback. I want amendments.
you want something in writing, is that what you're saying?
Here's what I'd like. I'm happy to sit here all night and finish these minutes, but if there are minutes, we're gonna take them in order
Okay.
and open up page 1. And if people want to write, scribble and write, mark up the minutes and then, hand that to me at Township Hall, that's fine. If you have long paragraphs you want to add, type them up and send them clearly where they're to be inserted. But I don't want general comments. It is about amending the minutes. If you want to plan your amendments ahead of the meeting, you can do so by writing them and sending them to me. And I'll do my best to put it together, and it'll say like page 1, and it'll have amendment by Will or amendment by Jane, or whatever the case is, so we can look at it all together. It will not be a second draft, but it will be a marked up draft. Is that clear?
Thank you for the clarification.
I just want to make sure I don't start getting input I can't use.
Right. So with that clarification, so I think I made the motion and you supported it, am I correct?
I'm supporting it. If I
Okay.
didn't, maybe I went,
All right, so we have a motion by Hathaway, support by Palmer. It's a tabling motion.
Is there a time for this special meeting?
I've asked Christie to start working
on dates.
on
Sending
dates
out
to
dates
find
too.
to find a special meeting date that works for the most people possible.
'Cause I just-
Obviously, we need at least to have quorum in order to do it, but because there's an opportunity to submit changes ahead of time, it's possible that even if we can't find a date that works for everyone, we could still get input from everyone.
No, people should have somebody else give that amendment.
Oh, so when
An
we get to the
amendment-
special meeting, the amendment would have to be offered by someone present, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll work that out, we'll figure that out, but it's a way, what I'm trying to avoid is having to find a time that works for everybody, because that is so hard with a special meeting schedule. But if we can find a time that works for enough people that we can do the work, we have quorum, it sounds like there's a way to do it.
Well, and we may get everybody.
We may
That's why
find a
put
time
up-
that works for everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it is a very exciting thing to, you know.
Well, I would also say that, again, I'd suggest putting these back up at the top of the agenda, and even if we just start taking one at a time, like I don't want this to preclude, starting to kick through these at our regular meetings, which is what we should be doing. I think we've made a mountain out of a molehill here,
Well,
and it's just gonna get bigger.
if it turns out that we can't find a special meeting time anytime soon, maybe we'll turn back to that method and just start doing them. Part of the reason I thought this made sense is that there was a push, or it was made clear to me, I shouldn't say there was a push, it was made clear to me that doing these in chronological order is the preferable way to do them.
Absolutely.
And the first one or two are going to be, are going to take, I think, more work than some of the latter ones. So with that, I think it's a motion to table so we don't have to have further discussion. Please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? No? Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, that brings us to public comment. This is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. Trustee Jerome, please be the timekeeper again. Is there anyone who would like to speak? We don't have anyone left in the hall except for
Our mighty attorney.
Our mighty township attorney. Is there anyone who would like to comment remotely?
Rob Pattinson, followed by Pam Boyd. Rob?
Thank you. 6 hours in, you will be so glad to see the hind end of me after this meeting. Thank you, Will, for clarifying the financial impact of the delay in taking care of the outside contractor issue related to the fire station project 6 hours ago. I may have jumped to an erroneous conclusion, and for that I apologize to Will and Chief Hood. When I heard a 7-week delay in a construction project, I surmised it entailed significant costs, and for that I apologize. Thank you for the new dioxane reports and for the information about these new, more sensitive testing methods. Well done on that whole issue. The treasurer said earlier tonight that the three of you need to talk. I agree. I hope the three of you treat this conflict as an emergency and put maximum effort into resolving your problems with each other. If you need a third party to help mediate, please do so. Thank you, and good night, everyone.
Thank you, Rob. Pam Boyd?
Just a reminder, the longer you wait on these, the approval of the minutes, the more time it will take you in discussion because you won't remember. There is so much in these minutes. There is so much ground that you have covered that you are doubling your work effort by postponing these every week. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. No more comments. Will?
In that case, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. Please call the roll.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Jerome?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Meeting adjourned at 12:58 a.m. Thank you, everybody, and good night.